It's only been a week.
Okay. Test.
Yeah.
Testing the audio. Can you guys talk a little bit? Testing the audio.
No, the song took us like
Yeah.
3 weeks. to make.
It took you 3 weeks to make. What the fuck?
Yeah, how long do you think a song takes to make?
I don't know.
20 minutes.
Hey,
I mean, okay, if you have a good session, it can be 1-2 days, 1 day for like rough recording, and then polishing takes at least few days to a week.
Jesus Christ.
Mm.
I don't use AI, Lily. It's not like this.
Are you
snap of the
sure?
fingers.
Are you sure?
I'm fucking sure. I can show you on Ableton.
And then I tried to sign up to be one of the tall hat witches, and now I gotta make
Oh,
potion.
right. You had to make a potion for the tall hat witches.
And Otzi needs 3 things in 3 different directions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good question. Do you guys wanna separate, or do you wanna go together for all of them?
Ah, yes. Make the DM suffer by separating each other. Sure.
Well,
What could possibly go wrong?
We'll be fine.
You'll be
As much as
fine. You'll be fine.
As much as I would
Jesus.
love to separate, I know our DM, and she will probably kill you with a battle.
Oh, hello, hi guys. Welcome to
Please.
Mayhem. Welcome.
One of you can change. Actually, no. 2 of you can shapeshift. So
Both time for you. Part of Exile Showcase starts. You have to be fucking kidding me. They're doing that today at this hour.
I can't shapeshift until level 4.
cool. Katami?
Oh, okay. I think
Ah.
Rocket is gonna be coming a little bit late because he needs to do work stuff. I believe so, unless I'm misremembering.
He's doing better than me.
Boop, 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 boop. In a minute. Oh my god, you got to be fucking kidding me. Why they have to match my turns? That is some BS.
You have to do what?
No, part of Exile exhibition is gonna showcase is gonna be in a minute, and it's also a game that I follow that I have not played, but it is a good thing. It is a good thing.
You don't
Good
miss it
luck,
that
kill
much.
Limmy. No, you cannot kill the Limmy. Okay, where was it?
Fuck,
Oh, by the way, we're streaming at the moment.
To it and I forgot to upload my fucking bio to the thingy.
What the fuck?
Katami, guys.
You forgot to unlock your bio?
That's okay.
What the fuck?
That character.
Side character?
What's a side character? I ain't no side character.
What the fuck?
I'm a main character.
What I call this one? Oh my god. What?
Oh, you ain't talking to me like no side character.
Okay, the sound is coming from there, so that is cool. Okay, perfect. Okay, why not? Yeah, sure. That's normal. Okay, everything on this side is running. We waiting for the commercials to pass by because freaking Twitch likes to add commercials galore. Start all of them. Okay, that is running. Okay, everything is running.
Right.
Oh my god. Tommy! I'm with the flute!
For the people with the ad.
Oh my god. Very nice. Still wondering why is the chat so slow? I don't know. Sometimes it works properly, sometimes it's just like it struggles to load. You know what? That is fair. Wait, let's put the fairy music of Kotomi. There you go. Freaky Kotomi, why do you... I'm not gonna specify what happened in there. Anyways, let me see. Everything seems to be running good. Everything is fucking good.
Lily says LFT
Wow, you even did the right title
KJHGFDL
and category.
Oh my God, what the- Yay! I did it properly this time.
GHFDLK.
I'm a professional streamer. Professional streamer.
Yeah, professional streamer. Professional streamer, 10 out of 10. But, okay, perfect. Everything should be working properly, I think. We are on all the channels. Okay. Okay, so were we going to recap? What's this?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, okay. So, recap. Everybody's doing their own things. Akotomi is now on a quest to become the next to become a new associate to the Coven of the Tall Hats. Otzi is trying to figure out how to make his battle axe one more time. Amber is doing Amber things.
Yep.
And then, oh yeah, Cheetah. All right, we skip a lot of you because you left because of the ER thingy, but you're gonna be fine. Are you gonna be okay? You
Yeah,
want me to
good.
keep your legs excitement? Because I am not opposed to,
I'm good, yeah, I'm
you
good.
know, making it sexy. If you know what I mean.
But
Yeah, I am not opposed to that. I am not opposed to that.
Wait,
And I'm not surprised.
like a what? Who's sexy?
yeah, I'm not surprised either. Now that I really think about it.
Oh no, it's D&D.
At
Okay,
least you don't
so
have any demons, but
oh my god, don't remind me about that. I did it
Yeah,
because I didn't want it to turn into a werewolf. I was already a furball, but I want to turn into the other type of furball. Oti, thank you for the service. Thank you,
If there's a
thank
wolf
you.
girl, then yeah.
You're welcome.
Hmm? A wolf girl. Okay, makes sense. Okay, so the last time I remember, the Tall Hat Witches with the Caravan arrived. They did their own show, and now they're settling down for the evening. It's not the next day. It's still nighttime. It's gonna be nighttime because the festival
yeah,
is
right.
still kind of in full swing.
Is it? How fucking long does it? What? I thought
It's a
this is
it's a
the last day.
festival. It's a festival, and of course it is the
Wait,
last
so-
day.
The day when I was not there for the whole day, what happened? What did you do? I thought the festival was already started then.
Well, the festival's been going on anyways.
it was like a 3-day festival.
Yeah, 3-day festival. Yeah.
Or something.
So this is
So-
which day of the festival?
Yeah, the
Second?
witch day.
Oh, wait, that's what's
No.
over?
No. This is like the late night. This is the like the kind of like the witches come to do the thing, and you can imagine as the after party.
Ooh, who's
Yeah.
the witch on the thingy there?
What do you mean the witch of the thing?
On the
Have
map.
to be more
I see her.
specific. This one?
I'm pinging.
Yeah, that's the highest tall witch. Hold on, bring us back. That is one of the associates of the tall hat witches, or you can say the main person in one of the bosses. Of the tall hat witch coven.
Can I talk to her?
I mean, if you want to, sure. Also, where are
I
you?
thought you were performing on stage still.
Oh, right, you were
Okay.
quote unquote performing on stage. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that's why I played the song.
Ah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so as you walk towards this witch, you notice something interesting in particular. She's like way taller than you. She's like about 7 feet tall.
That's not taller than me. That's the same height as me.
What are you talking
How
about?
large
You're
are her
supposed to be
heels?
6?
That's me. Oh my god. Who's that sneaking there? No.
How
Is
short
that,
do you think a minotaur is?
I don't know.
Is that one? Is that one like
Uh-huh.
I'm not a dwarf minotaur, Lily.
Joey? Couple
Minotaurs
of
are typically like 7'4".
Uh-huh.
Plus.
Well, she's 7'11".
Yep.
Whatever height you say, she's exactly 1 inch taller than you.
There you go.
Dude, it's that like one for
Da-na-na-na.
At least I'm not 6'7".
Amber, can you please do the drum, please?
Oh. Why can't you do it?
I am doing some other thing. I cannot do it. I don't have it. Hey,
There
well,
we go.
thank you.
Oh, that
Thank you.
drum. I was thinking of the drum roll for some reason.
Oh my god.
Oh, you can make it a drum roll if you want.
No. Okay, you approach this witch, this massive, huge, tall witch girl, and what do you want to ask her? Like, you just approach her, saying anything? Like, what the fuck?
I just walk up to her and say, "Hello, how are you? I've never seen her here. You're here before. Where are you coming from?"
She looks at you with an and says like, "You do not know or recognize us from somewhere?"
I feel like I do, but I don't wanna come to conclusions right away.
Okay, this witch just puts his hand on top of your head and pats your head. Now look at the little cute little bow. Are you lost from your hair, little one?
Hey, I'm not that little. I'm the biggest of my party.
You're partying? Like, who is your party?
Yeah, I have a group of friends, of adventurers, where we go together on adventures and stuff.
Are you gonna point to everybody, or you just gonna say it just like that?
I'm just gonna point in this direction where Cheetah is. This is one of them, for example. Points to Cheetah. Oh, and there behind
okay,
you,
he
there's
looks
another one.
around. Okay, oh right, one of your little friends asked me to join the cabin. Are you also interested in joining the cabin?
Well, I'm not really trained in magical arts per se, but I did always want to learn one thing: how to make light out of my hand. That will be useful.
Wait, what are your hand?
Light.
Light?
Yes, light, so I can see in
Oh.
the dark better.
I mean, still thinking about the other thing that she needs to do. She just looks at you and says like, okay, little one, you can go ask Maple over there. She can teach you or help you how to figure out that spell. In the meantime, I have other things to matter to attend to. And just give you another pat on the head and she start walking off.
Oh, wait, before we go, remember, if you ever need some brute force strength help, I'm all up for it.
She giggles and just picks you up with one hand. And he says like, look, little one, I don't think I need brute force. I have all the force that I want in my hand. And just puts you back down and she starts walking away.
Hashtag blushes.
That's probably my favorite. That place is fun.
Okay, so with that tendency happened, what is everybody else doing? I guess we go with this. We go with the order that we had before. Amber, what are you doing now? That you got kicked out of the place after you failed to get in speaking.
Question before. Why do I keep raising my hand like I'm in fucking school every
Why
time?
are you raising? It's not that I can freaking see it. What are you doing?
I want. Oh my god! I seriously, I keep putting my hand like it's.
Why are you putting your hand? I cannot see your hand. I cannot see your hand raising up your hand.
I don't know. You're a DM. I feel like I'm in school and you're the teacher.
What the fuck? Okay, now we know. Now we know your kink. Perfect. Another thing.
Hey, no.
Now it is safe on the internet. Thank you.
That's not true. That's not even true.
Sure, sure.
Doth he protest
Anyway.
too much?
Did she leave me with her child for the spell thingy? Is that what she said?
It tells you to talk to Maple.
Uno segundo, por favor.
Okay. Okay, Amber, what are you doing?
Is there still like a musical act going on, or is that stopped
Yeah,
for the night?
yeah. So it is open mic. So the music is still kind of going on. There's like different people, different species talking and doing their own musical things.
Can I just like go around the crowd trying to pickpocket people?
I mean, sure,
well-
if you want to.
Yes, I do.
All right, if you want to go around, try to pickpocket people. Do me a stealth check. Follow by acrobatics.
Not a stealth check followed by thievery. Okay.
No, yeah, thievery. Sorry, thievery.
Okay, stealth check.
No.
Depressing. That works.
Okay. Even though you're like plain as day, you can be seen by other people, and you see that you are able to pickpocket a couple of gold and silver coins. The total
Nice.
amount goes to about 3 gold and 5 silver.
Finally got money.
However-
Let's go.
However, somebody has got an eye on you,
Yes.
Hey, what?
and they're going
Nice.
to go. They're start heading to go tell the carrier brigade to tell that there's this fairy boy flying around stealing money from the crowd.
Right. I bumped myself into fuck knows.
Amber,
Into what?
remember
What?
when Mordek tried to steal shit? Not make me do this to you again. No. Stop stealing.
Again, you're
saw
not there. You're not there, so you do not see this.
I summoned Leafy. That's not Leafy. What happened to Leafy?
What do you do to Leafy? Why does it look like that? Leafy's right there. How do you even cat that in there? What the fuck?
I need a different
Amber,
photo. Where did Leafy go?
You
There we go.
can
Oh,
summon
wait.
mushrooms
Here,
for us
here's
to eat.
wait. There is Leafy right
Oh,
there.
there we go. There's Leafy.
Can you move it
Okay.
though?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I summon Leafy and I hide inside of Leafy.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, let's go with that. Okay, while you try to steal and do things, we go back to Kotomi. Kotomi, where are you?
I'm above the thing in the flowers.
Okay, you doing anything?
Yeah, I'm talking to BMO and researching the best potion to do for the entrance thing.
Okay, so for the potion thing, you find out that you need to get some specific materials for what you can say the best potion ever. Let's go sponge with status. Oh god, there's so many entries. I forgot, there is like a lot of things.
Just pick something that's low and easy, because we're not gonna find rare ingredients.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. While I look for all of those in the menu, is there anything else you want to do besides that?
Yeah, I'll see the cheetahs there, and then I go over and I say, "Here you go. I bought you something. Make good use of it." And I give him the love potion.
Gina?
Oh, thank you. I wonder what this is. I wonder what happens if I can drink it.
Wait, Kotomi, did you
Oh,
give
No,
him?
look at it.
Did you give him 2 potions or 1?
Just one.
Oh,
Okay, so are
So
you gonna
he's gotta-
drink it?
Don't drink it.
That's up
No,
to
no, no,
Gina.
no.
Are you gonna drink it?
No, I'm not.
What the witch lady said
No.
when she told it to me is that you gotta put it in someone else's drink in your drink or with food, and you have to do it the same day. And if you do that, then you'll both fall in love.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, about this thing.
Just, take a lure out for a drink. Well, you never know.
Are you doing this because you want your money back as well?
No, it's a gift.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, bro. Thank you.
Okay, so Kutami, for the potions, we had to pretty much roll for whatever ingredients you can find, mix it together, and hope for the best outcome. Because they go by numbers. Yeah. So you find out with Bimo that you need to gather a specific ingredients for a specific potion, or you can just wing it and mix a lot of stuff together and hope for the best potion outcome. Because that's the way I see it. How many are there over like are there over like 100 and something potions? Yep. Yeah, they are, and they're like divided in utility, whimsy, and whatever else.
Combat.
Yeah, there we go. And also they have the measure. They can be like hours, days, weeks. The effect can even last for a year.
Yeah.
All right, so it's gonna be a couple of dice rolls after you find some ingredients. Okay, now before we forget, Cheetah, you just got handed over a potion of love. What do you want to do with it?
I'm gonna keep it in my pocket, and then I'm just gonna continue on with my day. What's the task everybody's doing, or what task?
Okay, so at the moment it's just leisure time. There is a festival going on. There is party happening. On your location where you are, you're just like hearing music playing, people chanting, people eating, doing their own things. Witches are doing their own special effects, selling potions, and among other goodies. What do you want to do? It's also late night.
I see. I guess I go talk to the. Actually, I want to go around and just like get some a couple of stuff. I want to shop.
All right, sure. What? What did that start for me?
I guess let's look for equipment or accessories.
See you freaking. Okay, you're looking for accessories or anything like that. All right, so roll me perception. Freaking, that's freaking. Man, can stop it. The perception. Oh, okay, not bad. Nice. 23. Is as you look around. Yeah, you roll pretty good. You look around. You notice this stand that has a lot of intricate little items, from some weapons to some electronics, as well as DVD like CD players. Well, not really CD, but cassette players. Sorry. You wanna go to that one, or you wanna keep looking?
Let me check out the weapons first. Let me check out the weapons first.
All right, on the pile of stuff that you found, gathered around, you find what appears to be an axe, a spear, a staff, and other things that you recognize to be your guys' weapons.
Wait, these are our weapons?
Yeah. The person introduces to you is to be like an old cyclops, or like what appears to be a cyclops to you, and he looks at you and says like, interested in my wares. This is the stuff that I have found on the fields roaming around this place. Any interesting catch in your eyes? Why you respond to this shit?
Why, yes. Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I think this is kind of my group's stuff. Like we came here and we lost our stuff, and this is exactly it. Where'd you find this?
Your group stuff? What do you mean? This is the what we're finding laying around. Remember what it said? Finders keepers, losers weepers. So are you interested in buying of this?
Okay, I'm gonna buy one. How much is the staff?
This long pole, or this long stick, is just found right next to this group of things that I find it kind of odd. I will sell you this one for around. It just pulls out like an abacus and starts cunning. I will sell it for you around Tango.
Then while he's counting, I want to trip him.
You wanna what?
While he was counting, I want to trip him.
Trick him? Like grabbing the stuff and run for it?
I want to trip him.
Rep.
Oh, trip! Wait, how you gonna trip and he's just standing?
Yeah. I want to type it. Trip.
You can trip someone that's standing.
Exactly. So as he's counting, I'm gonna like his
sure,
leg
sure.
and knock him
I
off his
mean,
back.
you wanna try to knock him down, causing him to be prone. Is that what you're trying to do? Okay, so if you wanna do that, I will say roll me and like a regular attack, and we go from there.
Oopsie's
Like-
gonna be
like-
so mad.
Sorry? I wasn't
Yeah,
Regular attack.
perfect.
Okay.
Do not tell him because he's been distracted. Oh,
No, what
nice,
happened?
critical, nice. You did like a low swing, and now roll me a reflex save.
Okay.
Roll me a reflex save. 17. Okay, you managed to trip this
reflex save,
giant
okay.
cyclops-looking
trying to attack
person.
the cute
And
witch.
then
What the
it
fuck?
falls down, and it's falling down. You managed to grab your guys' weapons with one hand. However, because you're carrying some oats heavy axe, you get cucumber.
Yes.
Weapons?
And and now roll me a stealth check.
Who has my weapon? Tell me
There's
I'm gonna kill everyone
thunder.
in this party. Where's my weapon?
Cheetah has it.
Good luck.
Okay.
Oh my god, that is still very good.
Is this your still Kotami's?
You did. You fall down. The whole thing seems to be muffled. The whole ordeal is in muffled, but the music playing. Well, everybody's distracted. You did manage to grab the weapons, trip the big giant cyclops, and now what do you want to do?
Who's fighting with a cyclops? Where's the cyclops? What the fuck is happening here?
Again, pay attention.
I was really fucking distracted.
Exactly.
Everybody's
You wanna what?
okay. Everybody's in the group, right? I grab and drag them and I call out, guys, hurry up and get your weapons before the guy comes back.
No. The problem is that you're by yourself. Everybody's far
I
away.
grab the weapons and drag them outside, and I group with the people, with the group, as guys, get your weapons.
Again, who are you yelling at? Everybody's so far
Oh,
away
everybody's
from
far
you.
away, okay.
Yeah, you're by
Shit,
yourself.
okay. I want to hide. I want to go behind,
Where is
Okay, show me where you wanna run to. Move to where you wanna run to.
Okay, here's one rule. Okay, I'm gonna take the weapons. I'm gonna hide them somewhere. I want to hide them somewhere.
How can he not shout?
Okay, one,
Okay,
two,
yeah,
three,
hide
four, five. Let's just put it this
Right
way:
here.
Cheetah
Boom.
is committing a crime in the festival, so it's better for him not to shout, or he's gonna get all of you in jail again. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so you managed to run to that location, and now we're gonna move with Kotomi. Kotomi, roll me a perception.
Okey-doke.
22. Ooh, nice. You did notice from the glimpse of your corner of your eye of what Cheetah was doing. You did notice that he was grabbing a bunch of weapons. However, because you went a little bit far away and the crowd was on your way, you did not know what he was doing. All you know is that he's committing a crime. What do you want to do next?
Sorry.
I'm gonna go over to Oatsy and pull him aside and tell him what I saw.
Okay, tell him.
I wanted to say that you probably didn't have to, because as a blacksmith and my metal alignment, I can technically hear any metal dingling, like, you know, swords or whatever, even ore. I have very sharp hearing for that, so I could roll perception with +1 technically for that.
Okay.
Okay.
But yeah, thank
Anything
you.
else you want to
Charlie.
look at me?
I'm gonna kind of like. Did I see the direction he was
Guys,
going?
I'll be
in?
right back.
I would say yes. You said what direction he was going.
Okay, so then since he's hidden, I'll walk like down
Yeah,
here, like I'm looking for him.
Okay, I'll
Who
roll
is
my
this?
perception.
Who joined?
All right, you did notice where he's running around. Oh, hello, Nisha. Welcome. You want to be part of the D&D?
No, I didn't realize you guys were playing D&D. So I'm gonna get
No,
going.
join us. We
After
technically
you-
need one more
okay,
player.
take
Join
care.
us.
I said to Nisha if she wants to you.
Well, it entirely depends on what edition y'all are playing.
Pathfinder, D&D.
Pathfinder
Mhm.
or Stinky Pathfinder?
No, the
Yes,
new one.
Pathfinder.
The second edition.
Second
Stinky
edition.
Pathfinder. Okay.
Hey, it's
Yeah,
not stinky.
Ignition doesn't really like Pathfinder.
I love Pathfinder, but I love actual Pathfinder.
Hey, hey, are you saying Lily chose the stinky because she's stinky?
Lily is a stinky.
Yeah, there you go. That answers your question.
Have fun playing D&D. I'm gonna go play DDO, which is Dungeons and Dragons Online.
Oh my god. Okay,
Oh,
have
nice.
fun, Ignition. Take care.
Take
Bye-bye. Besitos sa mama.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay,
I'm
so,
going to
all
So I
right,
see
so,
him.
Hold
And
on.
next person.
okay, now we go to Otzi. What are you doing? You said you had the spider sense and your sense is tingling. Someone is touch your ass. What do you want to do?
Well, since I know more or less the direction that the sound must have come from, since I am aligned to metal, I look in that direction.
All right, roll my
So?
perception.
Okay. 1 second. One second.
A second has passed. 2 seconds has passed.
I forgot.
3 seconds has passed. Oh my god.
1 year later.
Percezione.
Nope. You do not know where exactly is your metal being touched. Lol. Anything else you want to do? Oti?
I have a question.
Yes?
What is that gremlin doing here?
What are you talking about?
The monkey.
They're just here for the party.
Yeah, they're just here for the party.
Didn't they attack us though?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We attacked them.
yeah, you guys attacked them. Somebody went and rushed in and attacked them. Not gonna point names, but yes.
Katami?
I didn't attack
It
anybody.
was you.
No, it
Not
was
me.
I don't remember that.
Uh-huh. Anyways, anything else you wanna do?
Yes,
I
I
wave
want
at
to talk
OT.
to the small witch that she told me to talk to about this light spell.
Okay, so the little witch looks familiar to you, but you cannot point out exactly where you have seen this witch. The little witch goes and
I think
giggles
I
a
know.
little bit, and it's asking, okay, so you want to learn how to like encounter light, correct?
Yeah, it should be not a super difficult spell, right? I just want to learn how to make light from my hand so I can see at dark better.
Okay, so for that, I want you to put your arms together, and then closing your arms, interlocking your fingers, and then you have to chant "Shabba dum dum."
Is that the actual spell name?
Yes.
Ah, that's interesting. Okay, I do as you follow.
Okay, then do it.
Well,
Chant the
you're not gonna hear
spell.
you're not gonna hear the clap because of the noise suppression. Oh, okay, I turned it off for a second. Shabalabadamdam. Wow.
Okay, now with that, I would say, roll me a wisdom.
Wisdom. Let me turn on back my suppression first.
Oh my god.
Wisdom. Where the hell is oh there?
What the fuck? You roll a natural 20? Wow. As you
Holy
do
crap.
this and do the wisdom, you see light coming from inside your hand.
Ooh.
And as
Did
you
I manage to do
open,
it? Did I do
as
it
you
right?
as you open it, you see like an orb of light popping in front of you. And now with that, roll me a fortitude save.
I'm fucking scared of this DM, guys.
I wouldn't be.
Thank you for the head pass. Thank you for the head pass. Thank you. Hi, there, Leo. Welcome to Mayhem. Welcome to the Mayhem. All right, 16. After that little orb takes a little bit away from your hand, it explodes, casting like a flashbang. You are temporarily blind for a couple of seconds, but you regain your vision right away. In front of you is gone.
Question.
Yeah.
Can I now add this spell as learned spell, even though I know it's not quite exactly light, it's an explosion?
Roll me a perception. 12. Okay. As you notice, there's also some gold missing from your pocket.
Unlucky.
Kurwa mać.
And then, you want to try the spell one more time?
Yes.
Okay, try the spell one more time.
What do you want me to roll?
No, you have to chanting.
Okay, I'm not gonna undo the noise suppression, so minus the clap. Shabba-dabba-dum-dum.
Roll me a wisdom. $16. This time, when you try to do the spell, nothing happens.
That's kind of funny.
You try several times to do the spell and nothing happens. It appears that the witch has tricked you and make a run for it. With a couple of your gold from your pocket.
How much?
Okay, let's just do that. Roll me a d20, Oti. Oti?
I wanna die.
Three. All of your gold. He has taken all of your gold.
I become enraged.
Oh, God dang.
You have become enraged and the witch has stole your gold. Okay. As we
Wait, gold
hear...
is GP, right?
Yeah, GP gold pieces,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. So you said all of my gold, not all of my
Yeah.
platinum.
You have
You don't have
platinum?
platinum?
What the fuck?
When do you get platinum?
When did you get platinum?
Yeah.
Okay, so PP is what? Silver?
Silver,
Okay.
yeah. SP is silver.
Oh, okay. I have silver. Sorry, not platinum.
Yeah, platinum is PP.
Yeah.
Oh, it goes the other way around. Okay, I was confused.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I'm about to say.
Bro, if you
Okay.
had platinum, you would be buying everything for us.
Literally, yeah. Mate. Hello, Deep. Hi, welcome. Okay, now we go to Amber. Amber, what are you doing? What do you do?
So,
It's Vegeta now.
I mean, yeah,
Oh.
Cheetah, sorry. Cheetah, what are you doing?
No, Amber has 26.
This DM is drunk.
Oh, my out.
You wanna
Okay.
do what?
Okay.
I think this.
I'm
DM
gonna
is drunk.
hide. Okay. I want to. Hold on. Let me go. See. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, I'm going to use this just to see how many people are around me. Oh shit. Okay.
Imprecise?
Sorry, I did it twice. But yeah, I'm going to use that
Okay.
to see how many people are around me.
Oh, okay. So, just for the sake of argument, the people around you are only the people that you see around the
Oh.
map. However, as this
Okay.
happening, there's two things happening at once. You hear a rage of a bull that just got their money stolen, as well
Oh.
as the Cyclops stands up and starts yelling for the guard to help him out from a thief has stole their goods. That's what you perceive. And all of the intentions are, you feel the intentions of anger, rage, other one being feel of also anger and rage, and then you feel the sense of being persecuted. What are you gonna do, Cheetah?
Okay. I see. Katomi. Can I get Katomi's attention?
Sure, how you wanna get Kotomi's attention?
Fuck.
Doesn't
I
he already
can't
have
yell.
it? Because I perceived him.
I
But
throw a rock
you're
at Katomi.
perceiving. Yeah, but I just wanted to see how he's gonna grab your attention even more, even though you already know where he is.
Oh, okay.
Cheetah?
I grab I look for a rock and toss it at Katomi.
Okay. Do like an arm attack and Kotomi do
Or
me a reflex save.
yeah, scavenge for a rock and throw it.
Sure. Okay, Cheetah, roll me an arm attack.
Hold on. Yeah. Would that be? Okay, I think that'd just be the.
Okay,
Yeah,
Kotomi, you fail the attack, and that rock hits you dead center in the forehead. Punk! Doing 5
Ow.
bludgeoning damage.
Lily, by the way, where do you want me to put in my bio?
What do you mean? Just put it in
'Cause
your
I have the
bio.
card. There's no bio thingy though.
Check. It's supposed to be there. It's right there on details.
it is so Yeah, details. Then
Yeah.
it's under campaign notes.
Mhm.
Just shove it into notes. Is
Yeah.
where I put it.
Hey, okay, so Kotomi, you just got hit
So I
by a
take-
rock.
I
5
take
bludgeoning
damage?
damage. Yeah.
Oh my god.
What do you want to say to
Wait,
Cheetah?
how much damage?
5 damage.
I took. Yeah.
You did
5
5
million.
damage to Kotomi.
Kazumi, get your ass over here. I need help. Okay. I thought you said 14. I was about to say, oh god,
Tell
I
me if
fucked
you
up.
see the whole thing clearly.
I can't right now. What happened? Okay, Amber, anything else you want to do? Besides try to hurt Kotomi?
Well,
Kazumi,
not me.
Come on, you guys
Yeah.
got this.
you just called me Amber again.
Yeah. Again. Don't worry, she's called me Mel before for some reason.
Oh, you're talking about Kazumi,
Yeah.
get your ass over here. I need help. I wave at Kazumi silently, like try to get his attention. And, I gesture him to come over, to hurry up, come over.
Okay, I go over by him.
Hurry up! I hear cops after me, bro.
You hear what?
Okay, Kotomi, now you are
Without
with
saying a
now.
word, I just shove half. Oh, sorry. Without saying a word, I shove half of the stuff from. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, Kotomi, roll me
I bet, right?
a strength save. Or a strength check.
Okay.
Okay, 14. Hey, the thief just got shoved into you, just like, oof. But you're still able to carry it.
Oh, God.
Anything else you want to explain to Kotomi what's happening?
Okay. No, it's time to explain. Can you fly us? Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. Okay, I just found our stuff, and I hear people after me. I need you to do one or two things. Fly us out of here, or run us into a direction where nobody else can see us.
Hold on. You know that Kotomi and Amber are 2 different people, right?
What?
Cheetah?
Yeah?
Amber is the one that is able to fly.
Oh,
Kotomi
Kotomi
doesn't
can't fly?
have wings. No.
No.
Kotomi doesn't have wings. He's not the fairy guy.
Shit. Oh, crap. Oh, God.
Oh,
Okay.
that's beautiful.
Okay, well,
Oh my god.
Katomi, you just follow me then and lead the way here. Hope we don't get caught.
Alright, Kotomi, what do you
Okay.
do in this situation? You just want to follow Cheetah?
I mean, yeah, I've noticed that one of them was one of my weapons, so yeah, I'm gonna listen.
Yeah, Katomi, we cannot get caught.
Okay.
The grown ass man, and he called one of the guards on us, so we have to make sure we don't get caught.
All right.
Okay. As the situation unfolds, we have another what's it called? Not victim. What is the opposite of victim? Persecuting? Persecute? I guess Steve or dear Amber is hiding inside his little leaf boy. Amber, what do you want to do?
So like, I can hear like the Cyclops guy. Didn't another
Yep.
guy go get the guard? Because they saw
Yep.
me.
Yep.
Okay. I want to try and pilot my leaf guy as like towards like. Can I see any of the rest of the group? I assume yes.
I will assume because of your size and it's this little guy. How big is the little guy?
Oh, he's bigger than me.
Okay.
Oh, he's probably about 3 foot tall.
Oh my god. Oh my. Okay. Roll me a perception.
3 foot?
Okay.
That's tiny.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh no.
That's the wrong character sheet. That's
Not
the wrong
too long.
character sheet.
Yeah, do that your own.
Perception.
It's
Fuck.
12. You're gonna see
Oh,
cry.
no.
So if you're gonna start playing running, are you gonna be running away, or what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna try and like pilot Leafy as far away as I can.
Okay, perfect.
Like
So with that,
Ratatouille, that shit.
there you go. Ratatouille style. Let's go. Okay, you're gonna pilot it. Let's just roll me 1d4.
1d4.
3. North, south, east, west. So you're gonna start running to the west side. Completely
Okay.
opposite from where your friends are.
Yeah, that's fine by me.
You're gonna start running that way. You just
Yep.
see this little guy running through the feet and the crowd going piloted by appears to be Amber on top of his head. Anything else you wanna do?
Like, can I just keep looking out for like guards and stuff like that, so I could like keep running in the opposite direction to the way they're going? that.
3 seconds. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay. Roll me another perception as you run to down below.
28.
28. Through the corner of your eye, through the bushes, through the people, that not to be in high alert due to the whole ordeal that is happening, you manage to see the back of Kotomi and the tail of Cheetah. So you now know where they are.
Okay.
Okay, back to
Alright.
now back to Kotomi. Kotomi, you are now being shoved with a bunch of things, and now you have become an accomplice of Cheetah's doing. You hear from the crowd below you, the music has completely stopped. And now they're trying to find the thieves that have stolen stuff from the merchant on site the festival. What do you guys want to do?
I'm gonna wave Oatsy to get his ass over here.
Okay, how you gonna do that? You're carrying weapons. How you gonna do that?
I set them down so I can wave at him.
All you have to do is cling them.
Okay, Otzi, roll me perception.
Percezione.
25. You're still on rage, but you notice Kotomi waving at you. Now, roll me a will save.
Will save.
Good. You do notice that it's Kotomi. That is not your enemy. Okay, now, anything else you want to do, Kotomi? Now you have Ogre's attention.
Is Cheetah still the one with the axe, or am I the one that has it now?
Well, the TLDR is that Cheetah saw your weapons, but on the whole ordeal of attacking and grabbing, he grabbed more than just you guys as weapons.
Oh
He
lord.
grabbed a bunch of other weapons. He didn't really specify what he had, just says he grabbed the weapons, so he grabbed all
my
of the stance weapons. So
You gotta make a run for it.
Yeah, you have a lot. You have baseball bats. You have swords. You have clubs. You have boomerangs. You have a bunch of other weapons besides your guys' own. And apparently to be also a frying pan. So yeah, you have a bunch of things carrying with you guys.
Don't sell the frying pan. Can be useful.
Well, I was just asking if I had the axe on me so I could like wave it. That would get his attention for sure to come over.
No,
You wanna
no,
wave?
no. The axe.
7-foot tall axe. Good luck.
Yeah. So the one that is carrying the axe right now, it's Shira.
Okay, thank God. All right, then I'm gonna book it.
All right. Which direction you want to book it?
Wait, what does book it mean?
Run away.
Run away.
Run. This down here, this empty space below us, is that still empty?
Which one? Right there. It's not exactly empty. It just fills with all of the, the blotchy thing that was happening there. So there's tomatoes. There's a lot of other goodies inside there.
But are there any people there?
At the moment, no, there's no people in there.
Okay, then I'm just gonna go directly south.
All right. Because of your running and carrying stuff, we'll stay because you roll good in strength, so you're not cucumber, so you can run your full movement speed.
Did you?
How many full movement speeds do I get?
So you have what is it, 25? So you can move up to 2 times.
I have 35.
Okay, there we go. So you can move 2 times.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for the head pass. Thank you.
I love how you, instead of saying encumbered, you said cucumbered.
I blame 7 Days to Die. For a long time, 7 Days to Die have the, when you carry too much stuff, it had the word cucumber. Not encumber, it had cucumber. Yeah, so that's why it just stuck with it. Now you're a cucumber. There you go. So, okay, you can move that many feet. Perfect. Now
And
we
I'm
go
also
to...
being stealthy.
Okay, roll me stealth.
Okay.
No, you're not stealthy. You're just making a lot of noise. It's just here the moment of carrying weapons and a bunch of things all together, like as you're making your way down south. Okay, Oti, what do you want to do now? You had the attention of Tommy that is running that way with a bunch of weapons. What do you want to do?
Give me 1 second.
Huh?
Give me my.
Yes.
You need a moment to think what you're doing?
Wait, that's 2 action? Oh, never mind then.
Yep, 2
I'm just gonna
actions.
walk.
White guy.
Cheetah, throw me the fucking axe.
Wait, am I able to do that? Can I do that?
Yeah, if you want to, you can. It's just gonna take you an acrobatics check.
Okay, acrobatics check. Okay, come on, bro. Acrobatics check. I trust you.
But yep, you easily managed to pick up this 7-foot tall axe and throw it to Hudson.
So I have my. This now?
Yes, you have it
Yes.
now.
Cheetah, look in your bag, see if you have this one as well.
I don't know. I don't know.
DM?
Again, he has a bunch of things, so I don't think you have the time to look what you have in there because now the guards are coming their way.
Great
That's fine
distraction,
by
lad.
me.
Great distraction, by the way.
Yep.
So I can walk. Yes, I can walk that far.
Yeah. Where do you want to go there?
Because I want to talk to the witch.
How dare you? You don't want to talk to the guard?
Okay,
would
so you walk in the middle of the crowd that's been panicking and looking for the stolen goods. Again, because Otzi is not really associated for you guys, that you guys are stealing stuff. What are you gonna say to the witch, Otzi?
I wanna say, hey, I don't mean to make this uncomfortable or anything, but I asked your disciple or your daughter, sorry, I don't know which it is, to help me learn the light spell, and she tricked me. It went kaboom. I did manage to make light, but it went kaboom, and she stole gold from me.
Okay, the tall witch is gonna look at you and then say like, "Oh, Maple took up something from you."
Yes, all of my gold.
Ah, well, that's the price of learning the spell. So she did a good job.
Well, I didn't even learn the spell. She didn't finish it learning it. She tricked me.
What spell did he teach you?
I think the firework kaboom spell instead of the light spell?
The dog had just giggled. Well, that's Maple for you. She teaches you the spell that is supposed to do that, but doesn't really give you like the exact spell. It just happens. But
Oh,
here, it just
I
hands
don't-
you over a cassette. A cassette. This is the
She hands
spell that
me
you're
over
looking
what?
for.
Oh.
A cassette.
Oh,
Cassette.
like a casting scroll thingy. to
Nope. Nope. A cassette.
learn. What is that?
Cassette tape.
A cassette. There you go.
The precursor to a CD.
There we go.
Okay, I know what a cassette is, but what the fuck am I supposed to do with that?
That's where the spell is. You have to learn it from there.
Give it to BMO.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point. Oh, thank you. I'm sure I can help with help of my friends. Learn from that. I mean, 2 gold for learning the light spell. I mean, it seems like a fair price. But you should really tell your disciple not to trick people like this. It's not fun. Well, for her it is, not for us. You know, in the future she might get into trouble for doing that.
Right.
I would be worried for her.
We just look at you with kind of like a confused. Like it looks at you with kind of like pity at the same time as a understanding because you seem to be aloof to what the situation is happening right now. Anything else you want to say to the Tall Witch? Oti?
I'm thinking if what I wanna say is the correct timing.
The correct, huh?
Trust me, you don't wanna know.
The correct timing?
Okay, no, I decide to not, and I say just goodbye. I hope you have a good time at the festival.
Okay, then we just waves goodbye, and then we go from there to Cheetah. Cheetah, what are you doing?
Okay. First off, I want to check through. Wait, oh, shit. Okay, I want to gain distance first by. Let me see. Let's see if I can get.
I just
Shit,
find it.
let me go all the
I
way.
just find it hilarious that all of you are running in completely fucking different directions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, God.
First, okay. Through this moment, I want to make sure that anything in the bag is not like track worthy. Like I want to make sure there's no like tracker device that shows my location.
Roll me a perception.
Okay. Okay. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Hold
That's
on.
Cheetah
Oh,
running with
thank-
all the stuff.
My god. Help me. 16.
Perception. You do not notice anything that seems to be giving your location or anything in that matter.
Okay, so did I win or did I fail the roll? That's what I want to know.
Well, for your understanding, there's nothing there that can track your thing.
Okay. Shit, okay.
Emphasis
so
on
here's
your
one.
understanding.
Okay. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hurl the bag. Well, first I'm going to take out our stuff first. I want to take out my weapons and our teammates' weapons first.
Okay.
Actually, most
Yeah.
of the demons do not have any weapons. Cheetah.
And then no, I did. I have a bow staff. And then afterwards, I'm gonna hurl the bag of items into like this bush near me.
Okay, so Tilia, you're just gonna grab your weapon and throw every other stuff that you pick up into the bush.
No,
My weapon.
teammates.
Yeah, mine and my teammate's weapon.
Okay, as for my understanding, Amber, do you have any weapon on you?
No.
And I remember Kotomi, do you have a weapon on you?
Add a scythe.
Okay,
I have the martial
so
arts. Also.
And then Otzi had like a battle axe. Okay, so TLDR, let's just do this one. Chira, roll me a d20.
Okay. Okay. Here we go with the D20s. Okay, here we go. Please.
Okay,
Ah.
12. Okay, not bad. So, for my understanding, at the moment, I bet you're carrying the stat that you have, as well as Amber sight. In the meantime, Kotomi is carrying the other axe that Otzi wanted.
Okay.
And that's it, and a bunch of other weapons that do not belong to you guys.
Okay. Who cares? We can come back. We can come to that later.
Okay. Anything else you wanna do, Amber? I mean, Cheetah?
I want to hurl the bag into the bush near me.
Oh, sure. Just for the sake of argument, you did that. Anything else?
And then I'm just gonna keep going distance. I have enough action for it.
All right. Which direction are you going? Up, down, left, or right?
Let's see. I'm just gonna go up right here. Boom. There we go. Okay.
Okay. Amber, now your turn. What do you want to do now? You see, everybody's running their own way. I don't know where the freak the Otzi went. What do you want to do?
I went upwards. I just pre-moved. That's all.
Okay, I think Oates had the same idea I did. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Because I was gonna go back in the confusion and rob the vault.
Oh my god!
No, that's not my idea at all. My idea is completely no. My idea is actually I will tell you more or less. It's connected to my bio.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I want to go back to the great house, the big house, and I want to try and rob the bitch.
What the
I want my money back. I want my money back.
Really?
Yes,
Why
not just
really.
politely
You managed to go back to that, and what do you want to do? The doors are completely shut. And you
How small's
also
the gap on the
see
door?
a note here right next to there.
How small's the gap under the door?
You want to go under the door? How you want to go under the door?
How small's the gap under the door? It's fairly simple.
Oh, how big is the gap under the door? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. It's about, I would say, 1 inch.
Oh, plenty of space. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Can I do a reaction?
What reaction you want to do?
I want to lay in front of the door so the Kotomi cannot go through there.
Oh, yeah, Kotomi, you don't want to go in front of the door.
Oh.
Just roll with it. Roll with it. Okay, so what do you want to do, Emma? You want to go underneath it? How you want to go underneath it? Ember?
Oh wait, who was it? I
Ant.
always keep confusing fucking
Okay, perfect.
Kotomi and Amber.
What do you
Wait,
want to
that is-
turn into?
An ant.
All right, you turn into an ant, and I just say easily you crawl between the hoops of Otzi and inside the door, inside the place.
Good damn.
On for round 3.
Inside
Got
the
it.
location, you see darkness. It's a completely empty room. There's nobody in there.
Thank
There's really
fuck for
gonna
that.
be a piece of this village. You know, if they find out, we're fucked.
Yeah, but there's nobody there. Right.
Are you
Okay.
blind? There's fucking Mama Frog in there.
She's literally just said it's an empty room.
It's an empty room. And again, don't expect the DM to delete every character and do all the possibilities.
I do
This is
expect
not a
because I
video
expect
game.
the DM to be very, very good.
Nah. Freaking... Okay,
Right.
it's an empty room. Anything else you want to do, Amber?
Can I see either like a bag of gold or bag of something or a vault?
Okay,
Or a
roll me.
safe.
Roll me
I mean, I was
a
gonna go back to
perception.
the. I was gonna go back to the bag later on once everything died down. So
16.
Cheetah,
16,
focus
you-
on running away.
Because of your stature at the moment, you do not see anything of that sort. You just see table legs, you see desk legs, you see way big area of a floor, but nothing that you're looking
Also,
for.
Cheetah, check your DM.
Oh my
Okay, so
God. Okay, Katami. Going back to you. What are you doing? I see
So
you're
I'm gonna come
right.
down. I'm gonna be in this little bush, and I'm gonna look through all of the things that he handed me.
Okay. Roll me perception.
Okay.
Can I just say, you guys are crazy.
I was gonna get her stuff because they wanted 10 gold for like my bow staff, and then they was probably gonna add like 25 gold for your battle axe. I was like, oh hell no, we need to get this shit now.
Brother, I want my money. We got 600 gold.
God damn it. Okay, I'm glad that I have a party that is not murder hobo, but it's like gold hungry. They're greedy. The end of the day.
I'm not. I'm the only one not gold hungry here.
your fault.
Sure.
Yeah, all I
Alright.
wanted was my weapon. That's all I wanted.
Katami, you find several items like some baseball bats, some boomerangs. You seem to find a lantern. And of course, you do find the battle axe that Otzi had before. And of course, did you say you had an item on you? What weapon do you have before?
A scythe.
There we go. What wasn't that embers?
No.
Yeah, I took scythe already.
I don't have
Yeah,
a weapon.
Oh right. Okay, so you find your siding there.
Okay.
Wait, Amber, you don't? I thought you had like a druid stuff or some shit.
Oh
Nope.
my god.
Okay.
I can
I put all the stuff that's not ours and keep that in the bush.
Okay.
Is this our fucking hiding bush now? Is this where we stash our contraband?
Well, I'm not keeping all of this crap.
Brother, we can sell that, and it could be magic.
No, we can keep it. Dude, think about all the items that
Oh
we
my
can
God.
use. Like, it could be useful.
Bro,
Yeah, we better keep that shit, bro.
Well, you can keep it if you want.
Well, first I need someone to check to make sure there's no tracker.
Okay.
So anyway,
Tell me what else you want to do after you pick up your stuff.
Okay, so then I will go. I'm gonna. I can. Am I still an accomplice even though I don't have it anymore?
yeah.
At the moment, for my understanding, the guards know that you are an accomplice to a cheetah that managed to run with goods, and the guards are
Wait, so they
looking
call
for
us-
y'all.
Oh god.
At the moment, there are only 3 people the guards are looking for. It's Amber, it's Kotomi, and Cheetah.
Why would they not be suspicious of the bull who now magically has a giant axe in his hand?
Because the bull raged and screamed that somebody stole stuff from him as well.
All right. I'm going to go more south.
Yeah, for all I care, I could have just found the axe on the road and oh, that's my axe. Nice. You know.
And I'm gonna
Okay.
hide in here.
Plus, I literally didn't pay attention. So
You're
I
gonna
didn't
hide
know.
in the field.
you
Okay,
stole
hide
shit.
it. Roll me a stealth check. Even though you try to hide, you clearly can be spotted. It's like you try to hide, like putting two little wheat in front of your face, but you're still standing looking outside.
I'm in the middle of a wheat field.
Yeah, but you stick out like a sore thumb because the wheat is not fully grown.
Okay.
Okay, Ozzy, what are you doing up there? What are you doing? You did spot Amber, but you tried to block the door to Kotomi, but he was not there, so the little Amber crawled through the bottom of the crack of the door and managed to get inside. What do you want to do?
It's because I confuse them two all the time. It's because, guys, can you seriously not make
No.
your in-game profile the same as your freaking PFP on Discord or the other way?
Huh?
No, fuck you.
What are you talking about?
But mine literally is, and you still confuse me.
That's a good point.
Okay, Otzi, what are you doing?
I want to talk to the monkey.
You want to talk to
He's in
Eucario?
prison.
That one is in prison.
Huh?
He's inside in the jail cell.
It's inside the jail cell. That's why it's inside the building. I
Oh.
move it so it can
Well,
make more
then
sense.
why you did not move it?
What are you talking about? It's already been inside the jail cell.
Well, it wasn't outside on the map.
Okay, so what do you want to do?
Can I knock on the door?
Sure, you can knock on the door.
Toop, toop, toop.
No response. There's nobody in there.
Is the door open?
Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you. I do not know how to pronounce that, but thank you, Chu. Thank you. Okay, no.
Is the door open?
Okay, so you want to try to see if the door is open. So you want to just grab it and open it?
Yeah.
All right. Well enough, the door is unlocked and the door opens widely.
Just on you, Katami. I just walk inside,
Uh-huh.
look around for the frog mama.
Roll perception.
Percezione.
16. Again, it's empty. There's nobody in there. But as you step in, an alarm sounds.
For
And it
fuck's
goes, woo,
sake.
woo, 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 woo. In a
It
matter
was
of
going so
seconds,
well.
in a matter of seconds, a spell is cast on all the people inside of the location. And you guys get shrunk down and tied down by an unknown force, by a magical spell. Even you, Amber, you get tied down as an ant. So all of you are unable to move.
Wait, the
Anyway.
question is now, will Amber even get noticed? Because he's
Yes.
Yeah, you said I shrink, right? So I'm even
Yeah.
smaller.
Yeah.
Okay.
an atom now at this point. You cannot see
Yeah.
him.
However, the spell not only shrinks you, it binds you, so you cannot move from your location. Unless somebody
Oh.
comes and disable the spell.
Are you saying he's gonna get stepped on?
It's not even, like, how are people going to move me? Like, how are you going to pick me up or do anything?
Okay, actually, wait, Amber. So, Amber, you technically now, you would be the size of like that. What is it called? Something water bear. You know those little things that you literally can survive in the vacuum of space.
Yeah, tardigrade. Yeah.
Yeah. So they literally cannot see you with a naked eye.
Not exactly. So even though he's the size is very small,
Physics.
So small.
the spirits are able to interact with him now that he's that tiny. So he's been whole what appears to be like a giant bush guy holding him tightly.
Aw.
That's some
So
bull.
Amber, roll me an Arcana or an Occultism.
Go on. No, okay.
Whichever you have.
Arcana. Fuck.
Wow. Good
You just noticed like a big
Hi,
giant
Rocket,
hand
welcome to the
holding your
bullshit
tongue.
doing because this party is trying to steal shit.
Rocket! Hi, welcome.
Brother, it was
I just
fine
got
until
home
you
from
walked
work.
through the door. Until you walked through the door.
You joined at the worst time possible, Rocket.
Okay.
Everyone is
Okay,
getting
hold on.
jabbed again.
Let me fill out Rocket with the BS that is happening. Rocket, as you know, there was a party going on, the festival happening. It is late at night. The witches came and joined, do a whole festival. You have a lot of witches flying around and doing their own thing. As the festival progresses, your dear friends decided to do their own mischievous thing. For example, Amber decided to go start pickpocketing people. And at the same time, Cheetah managed to find you guys' weapons. However,
Oh,
instead of haggling the person that hold the weapons, he decided to steal them And by doing so, he grabbed more than the weapons he can manage. And now, Cheetah, Kotomi, and Amber are being persecuted as criminals by the guards. In the meantime, Ozzy, being the odd one out, decided not to interact with them, but he decided to go open the door to the Korea's biggest location, causing an alarm, and now he's also going to be persecuted as a criminal. And they're stuck
Hey,
on the Korea's
Looking for
brigade.
someone, the door was open.
Well,
Uh-huh.
at least we're all criminals.
So at the moment, Rocket, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna take some time to figure it out?
So I should just place myself somewhere?
Whichever you like,
Right,
whichever you like.
I mean, last time I was on, I was just in the woods and I was hanging out with my fox, sleeping with her. So,
All right, that's completely fine. So you don't like going to the festival and doing things?
I mean, I guess I was, but kind of. I guess I was just doing what I did before, helping people find stuff,
Okay.
having my fox sniff out lost items.
Oh no,
Okay, perfect.
we're fucking cooked.
For the sake of argument, roll me a d20.
A D20.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, 13. So you did manage to do your job as you should, helping people locating items and precious belongings that they belong to them. I would
Yeah.
say you gain a total of 5 gold.
5 gold.
Yeah.
Sorry, Rockin', fuck you.
What?
What?
You just don't know what you
What?
did.
What do you mean? What?
You are not
Don't
paying
worry,
attention to
don't worry. They're just being salty.
them. Yeah, right.
What? I don't understand.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine, Dorgan. It's fine. It's just
fine.
that
I'm only salty because Otzi's acting like he's this pinnacle of honesty, but if Cheetah hadn't stole it, he wouldn't even have his axe right now. So you're
You
an
said
accomplice
5
no matter
gold?
what.
yeah, you get
Lily?
5
Yes,
gold,
the thing
Rocky.
is,
You
I
gain
know.
5 gold.
Okay, I added that to my total.
Thank you. Okay, so just to fill you in, last episode, they managed to do a show. Otzi managed to do a song for all of you, and as well there was like another caveat. For you on your hand, you managed to make a good impression for the person you're helping, and it gave you a new set of clothes of your choosing. So now you can change your character to whatever choosing you like of the 80s clothing. That's the DM I sent you last time, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just have that clothing now, right?
Yeah.
Or-
There has been a couple of times that people have pointed out that you guys look oddish, that you guys seem to be role playing all characters or like all people clothing. So between you and Kotomi, you are the only ones that are wearing like proper clothes for this era.
Shit, I should have got some clothes.
You're
Yep.
technically naked. Cheetah. So you're the only one.
Well, no, I should have got clothes so I could camouflage within the crowd.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so TLDR, Cheetah managed to find the weapons and stole the weapons from a merchant. The merchant cried out for help. They're chasing after Kotomi, Cheetah, and Amber. Amber because he was stealing stuff. Cheetah because stealing, and Kotomi because being an accomplice. So while all this whole shenanigans happening, what do you wanna do, Rocky?
I don't know.
Can you give me some clothes?
I can give you some things that you can do. You can either go to the festival, enjoy your time, B, try to help either Cheetah or Kotomi, or C, do your own thing. Whichever you wanna do is fine.
So I don't know what I want to do. Really,
You want the dice to decide? You can also roll a d4 and we can go from option A, B, or C. Or D.
I mean,
Okay,
yeah.
what are the options?
Yeah,
What
three
are the
activities,
options?
girl.
Okay, option A will be joining the festival and play as nothing ever happened. Option B, help Kotomi or Cheetah either hide or run away from this location. C, you can go do your own thing like going to the forest, playing with your foxy, or D, let the DM decide.
So, Tom, they're in trouble right now and been caught stealing.
Yep.
I'm technically not that much in trouble, but I'm not.
Cheetah was
I did it
caught,
for our weapon, bro.
and now I'm accomplice because they saw me help him.
Yeah. Like I said, you can let the dice decide by rolling 1d4.
I mean, you
Well,
don't have to. I mean, you can just enjoy the party. I mean, you're
Yeah.
not in trouble.
Yeah, I'm saying, yeah, like different activities you can do. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I also advise.
Yeah,
that you
just
enjoy yourself.
yeah, just put your mindset on a festival. What you find on the festival, it could be there. Like stands you can try food, games you can play, or things you can do to get more gold, whichever you like.
I can't seem to click on my character right now.
Wait,
I don't
what?
know why. It won't let me move her.
Reload roll 20. Sometimes it can glitch like that. Okay, now
Okay,
I see you.
I just did, but it's still not letting me. Now I just. It won't
Okay,
even let me select
What
them.
the hell? So you cannot click and drag them?
No.
Okay, that is weird. Hold on. Let me see.
I don't. What?
Let me see. Well, they're both assigned to you. Okay, let me just delete these ones and just click and drag your character one more time. Alright, click and drag your character one more time into the board and let's see if it allows you to move it.
Okay. I guess I'm just at the festival. I don't know.
There we go. I see you now.
I'm trying to entertain people with me and my fox.
Okay, for that, roll me performance.
Performance.
Best option. That's the best option, right, guys?
Yeah.
13. Okay. 7. I mean, you tried to do your best to show performance. I mean, you caught the attention of a couple of kids because they're interested mostly in your foxing. While the whole ordeal happening, you see some guards rushing past you. You see a couple of them asking questions. You see one of the guards, Awa, talking to the witch lead coven, which is the giant witch right next to you.
Please try performing harder, please.
Anything else you wanna do, Reckon?
I guess I come to investigate. Just ask what's going on.
Okay, for that, roll me perception one more time. $27, nice. You caught every word that the Alba is talking to the tall hat witch leader, and you hear them they are doing a giant spell to capture the thieves running around. And then,
Kurva, super.
and they're gonna capture it in a matter of moments. They just the tall witch is just asking for a little bit more time. The guards are running and like blocking the access to the town as we speak. In the meantime, guards start showing on the location where with Amber and OTI. You hear the footsteps of soldiers going to your location. And as they look inside and the lights turn on, they see a Nox being tied up. And for some reason, there's a little tiny glow at the entrance of the door.
Whoa, who said I was glowing?
No, the thing that's grabbing you is glowing.
Oh.
Okay,
So
one of the
technically
guard says,
invisible to the naked eye now.
well, they're still glowing. But regardless, they say like, okay, what are you doing inside the Couriers Brigade headquarters?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Oh. I just knocked on the door because I was looking for the frog mama. I pushed the door to see if it was open, and I just went in, not thinking about it. Tried to see maybe she's too busy to notice the knocking. Say hello if anyone's there. That's about it.
The guy just looks a bit confused. Why is the bull not in the corral? So it just grabs you, puts a collar on you, and starts dragging you out, taking you to what appears to be the fields where the sheep are. Like, you get out of here. You're not supposed to be here. You're supposed to go back to your animal, to your herd, back in the fields.
Okay. That's a bit racist, but okay.
For Amber, you still like they look around to see if anybody else in there, and one of the guards managed to notice a little tiny glow on the floor. They
Okay.
look down. They look a bit confused. Why is this thing glowing? Do you talk? Do you say anything?
No. But, so it captured everything in the building, or room,
Yep.
right? So wouldn't there be a load of termites glowing as well?
No, but the termites are completely gone. Because somebody killed their queen and they went out crying.
Are there no other bugs in this room? Is
Nope.
this just like the cleanest room in existence? Oh my
Yep.
god. That's bullshit.
So
Okay.
the
I say nothing.
the spell only captured anything entering that does not belong in the room itself. So you and Elsie were like the add ones out, to put it out simply. Okay,
Yeah,
so
I say nothing.
Why you put me there? I'm not going there. I'm just gonna go on the road.
No, they just drag you out there to the fields, to the pasture where all the cows are located. Okay, well that is happening. To Ember, they're just gonna grab a empty jar and scoop whatever is on the glowing part inside the jar and seal it. And they're gonna grab Ember and drag it to what appears to be a cellar inside this building right there.
Which building? Okay, that building. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
So you're still super tiny little glowing thing inside in there.
Okay.
And then now we go back to Cheetah. Cheetah,
Yeah.
roll me a perception check.
Okay, here we go.
Is the biggest what the fuck ever so far.
Okay, here we go. Oh wait, get off that. No, it's okay. Okay, here we go.
No.
Okay, here we go.
Perception 20. Okay, you notice that there are guards coming to your location. You see them. You hear their footsteps or the metal armor running. What do you want to do?
Okay. Oh wait, where am I? In the, Shit.
Over there.
Okay. I want to hide. Let's see. I want to hide in a tree, like over here, right here. Let's see if I get it. Here. Cool.
All right, as you try to hide on the tree, something seems to be weird with this tree. Now, roll me a reflex save.
Okay, here we go. Reflex save.
I'm worried.
31. Okay.
25. You managed to do a dodge to what appears to be that the tree comes to hug you. And it appears to be now an enchanting tree that is in front of you. And from the top of the sky, kind of like making like a sound of a helicopter, you see Maple illuminate a big shiny light on you. Now this turns into the episode of Cops. Let's go. And from the sky, you hear Maple yelling, "There he is! He's trying to hide!"
Maple, why are you doing this?
Why are you doing what you're doing?
Because you pirated law criminals, come. You need to pay your fine. Or pay with your life.
For our team, we need our weapons back. What can I do to repay you to let me pass?
Oh my god. Where is it? Oh, there it is. I know you guys cannot hear it, but you guys have the playlist. So you guys can start hearing one of the songs that you guys have selected. Where is it? I think somebody had it. Oh, I don't think I didn't have it because it wasn't from the 80s. But from my head, you can start hear the music. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you?
Oh, that was one of mine, yeah. That fits perfect.
Perfect. At the same time, where Kotomi is, a light shines on top of Kotomi. There's another witch pointing to where the Kotomi location is, saying, like, there he is. He's hiding in the wheat fields. Kotomi?
No.
You're like, yeah,
Hey,
you're not
guys.
gonna react?
Guys, you guys want to fight the guards together? We can group up and fight the guards one by one.
No. Thank you.
I put my character in those clothes.
There's the fucking mage that tricked us.
Oh,
And
nice. Okay, you can add it to your
Hermon
character,
here.
sheet, and also we can update your token. Really, was that the bad boys? Wasn't like okay? So the bad boys was not on the 80s. That's why. It was
it's
a
90s.
father on the 90s. Yeah.
Wait,
Okay,
what's going on?
Wait a second.
Wait.
Hmm?
You said that was the mage that tricked us? Which one? The big witch?
No, it is
No.
80s. Who said it's not 80s? It's 1987.
Maple is the
I
one that
think-
did it.
Yeah,
Maple.
Maple.
The one, you
Maple
mean the one
Elon.
that put us in the spirit realm?
Yep. And she's also a hypocrite, calling Cheetah a criminal when she stole Otzi's gold.
Let me listen to
The
it.
witch that was
Ah,
that
dang it.
was in
YouTube
the
commercials.
witch that was doing it was much younger.
No,
Last
Lily,
time I
can you
remember.
bring Maple onto the map?
Oh, maybe.
Okay,
I don't
okay.
know where Maple is. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the big witch.
No, that's
No.
the
Maple.
leader of the Tall Hat Witches. Someone different.
This Maple.
That's
Okay.
Maple.
Well.
What the fuck?
I make it bigger so you can see the character. That's fine.
Then again, a witch
Mhm.
trying to trick us might not even have the right appearance or even fake their appearance. You never know.
But yeah, if you remember her,
Me. Wait. What did I do? Okay, so with that happening, Ember, is there anything else you want to do? Oh, no,
See,
Cheetah, what do you want to do?
Okay.
What you
God
gonna
damn it.
do with the campfire?
I'm literally just close to just throwing hands just to fight back.
You're
That's
ready to throw it?
Peter, if I
Yeah.
was you, I would just
Oh,
come
can I-
clean
oh,
and
there.
say exactly what happened and that you just wanted our weapons.
Alright, you're ready to throw hands, but as you try to do one, a total of 20 career brigades
Oh my God.
launch on top of you to arrest you.
Oh my god. Oh god.
Okay, so now we have the cheetah under arrest. Now we go back to, okay, Amber, you're stuck in a jar. Is there anything you want to do?
How big is the jar?
It's about to be, I would say, let me see, how do I describe this jar? This jar, it seems to be made out of glass. It's about
Yeah.
it's about, I would say, two,
It's your average everyday Mason.
no. It's about, I would say, it's about, I would say, 12 inches in diameter and like 12 inches in diameter. Well, it's a big jar. I don't know how to
hey.
give you exactly describe it.
That's not a jar. Fuck me. Okay.
No, but the door is. Close it.
Look,
Fuck off.
20 by 20 centimeters, that's a huge ass fucking jar. What do you
Yeah.
put in there?
What? 12 inches? No, that's like a foot.
yeah, like
Well,
a
a
foot.
foot is 12 inches.
Speak metric
Yeah.
to me, please.
It's about 30 by 30
I would
Without
say,
all
yeah,
the-
that makes sense.
yeah.
30 by 30.
ish.
Yeah.
Jesus, that's like for pickling a fucking part of a pig or something.
Okay. I want to become myself again. So I should fit nearly perfectly in the jar, and then I want to try and unscrew the lid.
Okay, you wanted them to screw the lid. Do me a strength check.
Oh, fuck
No,
me.
not bad. You tried to twist, but it doesn't budge.
Get stronger. I can train. It's all in the protein, my boy.
Well, I want to melt through the glass then.
How?
Okay. How do you want to do
Acid splash.
that? 26.
Does a 26 hit?
Actually, as far as I know, acid is contained through glass, so it doesn't take damage. However, because you're inside, you start burning inside with the acid, so you take the damage.
Amber, I thought you cleverer than that.
Brother, normally you have weird glass for this. Not just like generic ass glass.
Okay, so you
You're
take the
forgetting who's your
damage.
DM. You're forgetting who's your DM.
Right, I take damage. Got it.
Oh, cool. That looks very cute, Rocking. Do you know how to update your character, or do you want me to do it for you?
I still can't move her.
Okay,
don't
that is
know
so
why.
weird.
I'll try resetting again.
Are you,
Resetting
wait,
the page.
are you using the pointer?
Delete it and
yeah.
put it back down.
Select.
It's because Limmy put it down. Delete it and put
Yeah,
it back down.
I delete it and put it back. You want me to delete it and then Rockin put it down?
Yeah, just do that.
Okay.
Uh,
Alright,
Okay,
try it
make
again,
sure-
Rockin.
Make sure you're using this rocket. I'll print you DM.
I am using that. It's still not letting me.
Like, that is weird. Why is it not letting you? Let me see.
It won't let me select anything.
Okay, hold on. Wait, let me. God damn it. Discord.
I'll do it back.
Okay, okay, so select the arrow on the top. It doesn't let you click it. That is so bizarre. Why is it not letting you? Hold on.
He's
Yeah,
breaking.
in the tokens. Weird. Alright, try to click and drag another character your character into there. Maybe because they have all of those open, look.
Nope, I'm just on top of another me.
And doesn't let you click and drag it. That is so weird. So I think it's probably an
Yeah, I
error
don't
with
know.
roll 20 or all the other stuff. As far as I remember, have you tried another browser maybe? I mean, the other thing I can think of, it could be a problem with Opera, probably. On that regard, Cheetah, you're now being under arrest.
Oh my god.
We go. Kotomi, how you wanna do this? You wanna fight for your life like Cheetah did, or you wanna just give up?
I surrender to them.
Okay, so it's much easier for them to grab Kotomi and also put him on cuffs and send him to jail. No, you guys are fucking to jail. Oh my god. Let me see.
I blame
where-
Lucy. I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for that meddling Minotaur.
I can select myself. Now it's working, but
Oh,
I
weird.
know I'm not in here.
Oh, there you are.
Yes.
Oh yeah, no,
I'm
but
free!
no, you're
I
not
know
free.
I
Just
wasn't
get in
here.
there.
I'm not in here.
Get over here. Get into yeah.
Go.
Get in yeah.
It was free.
I guess I witnessed all this, and I'm just like, I just kind of followed to see what's going on. If they let, now I
Okay.
can't grab myself. Ah, what the heck?
What is happening? Why is your thing glitching so bad,
Why
Rockin'?
did it? Mm.
I guess it's Opera doesn't like roll 20 and it doesn't let you do it. I don't know why.
What? I don't understand. If it was just.
I mean, I'm
working.
using Opera.
Yeah, but I don't know why is it on Rockin's side it's not letting him like select the character after he drops it down.
Okay. Me
Well,
is
actually-
back, and why the fuck am I in jail?
No, you're not in jail. You're with the cows.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, I do not know Rockin. I don't know why Opera is not letting you click on it.
Oh, I'm using Opera as well, and it's fine.
So yeah, I don't know why in Rocket's end it doesn't allow him to click the character.
Rocken, did you update your Opera? Check it out, just in case.
Okay, I happen to get a cookie
Playing
storm.
cookie clicker.
Yeah, I've been playing it. It's just been in the background.
Fair enough. Okay, so with that,
I was hoping for I was hoping for something in the background. I'm sorry.
yeah,
wait,
alright, it's fine. So,
let me
now-
let me try this. If
Okay.
I just close it and then reopen it, maybe.
Yeah, hopefully that does help. So in the meantime, all of you who are being accused of stealing and doing bad things have been taken to jail. That means Amber,
No,
Amber,
I still
Kotomi.
cannot select myself.
Oh,
I don't.
I do not know. I'm sorry. I mean, we already reload the page. We already we delete your character, and you can re-add it again. It is not working. I have no clue what it could be. I just reload my own page just to be sure if it's not caused because of the DM.
I don't know.
Hmm.
Do you have controls over like what I'm allowed to do, or?
At the moment, for my end, I can click on your character sheet and then edit it and make sure you are the one that can edit and move the character. That's all I can give you as the DM. But besides that, nothing else. Okay. So it is nighttime. nighttime, the festival, and then you guys are gonna be charged again for your dates the next day. In the meantime, Otzi and Rockin', what are you guys gonna be doing? When are you guys gonna go to sleep?
I have a
Um,
question.
Well, I have 5 gold now. I guess I'll look for a place if I can stay
You could
anywhere.
probably buy them out, technically, if you really wanted.
I don't know if that I have enough for the. Can
You can
anybody
go
else?
and ask.
Yeah, I can. I can go ask like how much for bail.
How
And
much
if
for
they tell
bail?
me it's more than I have, then sorry, but I will
Yeah,
like,
guys,
try to
you're
help
wrong.
as much as I can, not being in jail.
Okay, so Rocky managed to find a good inn so she can rest very nicely and comfortably.
How much did it
Otzi,
cost?
I would say just like a couple of silver.
Couple silver. Okay,
Mhm.
it's not too bad.
Otzi,
So
are
just
you gonna
like,
stay sleeping with your brethren, or you gonna try to find an inn too? Oh wait, you cannot because the witch stole your money.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
So we
I mean, I
wanna say
still have
you're gonna
silver.
sleep with your brethren?
I have silver, but I'm definitely gonna do shit. Is anyone in the house where the jail is? You know, because I was looking for the frog mama.
Well, it's nighttime, so when are you gonna go to sleep?
I'll just sleep with the sheep. Or the cows
Okay,
or
you
whatever.
sleep. You sleep with the cows. Look,
Can I
you
talk to
get
them?
you
Wait a
you
second,
get
wait
you
a second.
you
I
get
can
you
talk to
get
them
you get you
technically.
get stinky level 1.
That's not a thing, but okay.
You wanna talk to the cows?
Yes.
Sure. What do you wanna ask the cows?
How are they doing?
No,
stinky
they're just
level 1 can totally be a thing. You're just stinky. Now, when you talk to people, you get a little bit of debuff in your charisma
there you go.
because they smell you.
Conditions. I do not see stinking. Fight me.
You don't have to. Okay, so the cows just tell you that the grass is good, the life is good, everything is good. Anything
I
else you
would
wanna
like
ask the
to ask
cows?
them. Yes. Have they seen anything interesting around here or unusual?
Some of the cows tell you that they have seen some weird bluegrass. Some of them tell you that the spirits they just like to play tricks. Others just tell you moo.
It sounds like good times.
Okay. As
Hold on, I have
night.
the sound effect. Hold on.
Oh.
Um,
There you go. Perfect. 10 out of 10.
so I got taken to a cellar, right?
Yeah.
Is that the jail?
No. Well, just for the sake of argument, yes. You got in the jar in jail.
Okay. All right. I'm back in the jar.
Get in the jar.
and I am still an ant, by the way. I'm not
Right.
changing.
Wait, didn't you just change to those placid damage?
You did.
Oh yeah, I did.
Yeah, you did.
No.
Yeah, you did. You're not an ant anymore.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
as the night passes and morning comes about, you are guys meet up with your favorite frog, Morna. And just comes with a very disappointed in you guys, and they say like, "What do you guys do? Are you guys just ruffians, criminals that just decide to start stealing stuff?"
Please, you have to believe me. I was just trying to help my team. We lost items. I want to get our items back, and then I was being stupid, and I got more items than I anticipated. I didn't want the other items. I just wanted our weapons. That's all I need. Please help me.
What about you, Katami? You want to add anything to this?
I say that the vendor himself said that because he found it, that it's finders keepers, and we'd have to pay him gold for something that we lost. And
He wanted 25 gold for what we lost. Who does that?
yeah, and we don't have the gold to be buying something back that was already ours.
Probably
So
went to the
so
bar
instead of you going tell Appa or my mom to help you guys recover your stuff, you just decided to steal it instead.
Well, he did.
I didn't know what to fucking do.
Oh my god, you guys are such a. Mona starts mid-sentence before she curses and says, idiots! Why can you guys think? This is not how we should run things around here.
I mean, I am dumb. I don't think.
Troubles.
I don't
That's
think
my
that's
line.
how.
Chica, that's my line.
Okay.
Well, I say to her, I understand that's how you do things around here, but you have to remember we're not from around here.
That's
That's still that's not an excuse not to act civilized. Is that how you run things where you guys are from? Just steal and make a run for it?
I mean,
It's pretty
yeah.
common.
How do you think
Oh
we?
my
How do you think we live this long?
What kind of shithole do you guys come
I
from?
know I'm not there, but my answer would be no, just them.
Just them.
Hey, don't include
Oh my
me.
god. And then now goes to me. What about you, Flyman? Why are you trying to go inside the Careers Brigade? Why do you want to break into somebody's place again?
I broke nothing. And your mum stole a lot of money from us that she did not need to take. I want it back.
So instead of talking to her directly, you decide to break in, breaking more laws and causing more fines to your account.
Did talk to her technically?
We have talked to her so many times.
No.
She has refused to give us the money.
Cheetah talked to her. Just by the way, Cheetah talked to her. All of you did your own thing. You did not went and talk to her. Only Cheetah
The
did.
proverbial way. Come on.
Wait, correction. I didn't attack. I swiped his feet so he can trip. I didn't attack him technically.
Oh, dear Lord. You guys are causing such a headache for me and my mom. Why can't you just act civilized? No wonder your clothes look so raggedy. You guys come
I
from
like
a
to fight.
freako. Oh, and then Mona just thinks that, wait, what about the rest of you? Where is the other you? Where's the bull and the other girl?
No,
I have no idea.
Well, in the meantime, Rocket and Otzi, it's a new day. Otzi gets stinky level 1. Rocket, you're well rested. And what do you want to do? It's a new day. What do you guys want to do?
I guess I just go out and explore the town.
Okay.
I would like to go.
Try to see if I can find any jobs that I can do.
Okay, perfect.
I would like to go into the forest, chop up some wood, and give it to the big guy as a little gift.
Okay, so for Otzi, roll me a nature. For Rocket, roll me a d20.
A D20?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hopefully it's good.
Hopefully. Okay, so for you, Otzi, you managed to find a good big tree.
Ow.
Good enough to find good for lumber. So you're gonna start chopping him. It's gonna take you a while though because it's a huge thing.
Yeah, but remember, I have a great axe.
Anticlimactic.
My great axe now, so.
Yeah, regardless, it's a good tree, so you don't just want to swing it down and chop it down. Like, not just to rush it. That's what I mean.
Also, Lily, why would I roll the fucking nature in a forest to find a tree?
Because it's nature. Nature. You cannot just go and chop anything. You cannot go just chop anything. You have to find a good mature tree, good enough for the wood. Because if you just chop a young tree, the wood is not gonna be good. If you chop a tree that is too old, it's gonna be very brittle. So you just wanna find the good tree. You know what I mean?
Well, old tree does not mean brittle, unless it's infected. Okay,
Exactly.
I get it.
Exactly. As for Rocket, you did not manage to find anything at all for this day. Is there anything else you wanna do, Rocket? Rocket?
I guess I don't know. I guess I'll go to different stores and just walk around, see if I can find
Something.
Fine.
useful things. I need to go browse.
All right,
guess.
perfect. So now, in the meantime, these three are going to tribunal, or they're going to meet Frog Mama one more time. Let me see, where is it? Is it this one? No, this is not it. Where is it? Mama.
You said we slept, right?
Yeah, of course. You took a long rest. There it is.
Unless you have a condition depressed 5, then you don't sleep.
Okay, so we're gonna remove
what's good, Mama?
the bull. Gonna remove the dragon. Gonna remove the cat because the cat is no longer with us. Rest in peace. Okay, now you found with the frog mama, or of course, her name. Oh God, Jesus Christ, you guys.
Yo, what's good, Mama?
Looking very disappointed in year 3. Like, okay, you guys come over here, cause trouble, and then cause trouble again after you guys manage to finish paying your debt. What do you guys have to say for yourselves?
I mean, I acted out of paranoia, and I call it self-defense. Yeah, self-defense.
Self-defense?
Ah.
So you call self-defense trying to steal the stuff from a merchant, right in front of the party, and causing disturbance in the fun in the festival.
It was our stuff, and I wanted to help my team just bring them back their weapons. I didn't know what to do. Homie wanted gold, 10 pounds of gold. We're broke as fuck, bro. How you expect me to pay that much?
Like, that is not the point. That is not the point. Why you didn't come to us to ask for an assistance? What kind of savagery do you guys are living that you decide to just go steal stuff?
I panicked, okay? The first thing that popped into my mind was, I gotta trip this, bro. And then try to steal the thing.
Boy, exactly, boy. Exactly. And then it points at him, and you, why do you try to break into the career brigade? What business do you have in there where nobody is around?
Oh, that was not Cheetah, that was Amber.
It was
Yeah, that's what I say, Amber. Sorry.
You went to yes, because you took our money.
I took your money because you owed the city for your crime that you had committed.
No, our deal was 7 days of labor.
Plus the
And that was
fines.
it. No, it was never plus the
fines.
fine. No.
They are plus the fines. She posted
Dude, don't
Iris.
bring
They
your
posted
back up.
Iris feed right there, and showed you the 7 is plus the fines.
It was never plus the fines.
That is
All
true.
you've done.
DM, Lily DM,
Wait.
you never mentioned any fines. You only said
Yeah,
the
they are
7
the
days of
fines.
work. No, you never mentioned fines.
Yeah, I did mention fine.
You never
No.
did.
I did.
You never
You
did,
did it.
seriously.
Okay. So let's see. All you 3 roll me diplomacy.
Me too?
No, not you. You're not there. You're still with the cows being stinky.
Oh my god.
Diplomacy.
Here we go.
13.
I'm a cow and I say meow.
Oh, okay. So out of all of you, the only one that managed to convince about the fines being unfair was Cheetah. Okay. So listen up. So I know you guys are broke, but she says, but does that mean you don't? Do you have to listen another crime in front of the town, especially during the festival? Like, what right do you
Okay.
guys have to cause this kind of commotion, especially to one of the patriots?
I'm
Patriots.
sorry. Okay, look, you're right, and I'm sorry for acting irrational, but I just didn't know on what else to do. Talking to somebody was not the first thing on my mind, and I'm sorry about that.
Akadami, you wanna help him out, or this is not? It doesn't look like it's convincing the Alori very much.
Lily, I have a question.
Grand.
Is the festival still technically ongoing?
No, it is done.
Oh. I wanted to perform a new song. Beep,
Akadami?
Think of something to tell me I'll back you up.
I'm a sheep.
Okay. Anyways, so I say to her, my friend here is very instinctual. He does just things off of instinct. He doesn't mean to cause problems. He was just concerned because it's kind of a scam to be sold items that were lost to you, and he didn't realize we could realize that we could talk to someone about it, because from where we're from, they wouldn't care. They would still make us buy the stuff back, even though it
And then
belonged
think
to us.
about it. Why would we talk to you when the first day we met you, you just put us in jail and then put us on like a 3-day journey? Why would we talk to you about our problems?
Okay, for that, Kotomi, roll me a diplomacy, but also put yourself with the outfit that they gave to you to keep at an advantage.
So twice.
Yep. Nice, you 28. So the Alori is gonna completely ignore what Chira said and look at Kotomi and say like, okay, so this is an reaction or like an action you guys usually take where you guys are from. Is that what you're saying?
To an extent, yes.
Alori takes back a little bit and thinks a little bit about the whole situation and said like, but that is not an action you can do in here. I just want to clear that out. You guys cannot do things that you do where you guys are from. You had to go to the career brigade to fix things or resolve things. And not coming to me is the big no-no. El Ponce Chira, you especially, because it seems that you have butt for brains and do not think properly.
I
And
will do that in
you,
the
Ponce
future.
Amber.
Okay.
You, Amber.
Excuse me. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. And for
Yes.
you, Amber,
Goodbye.
you still haven't told me exactly why do you want to come in here just to protest that we took the girl? Is that all of it?
Oh, I want my money back.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
And I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for that meddling fucking Minotaur. Honestly.
I'm sorry.
Brother, I was in and clear.
It's just gonna like pinch her middle of the nose, try to rub her head because it's giving her a headache. So all of you are incompetent nitwits that does not understand the rules of this place. Got
Well,
it.
no,
Oh,
you
God.
should know that because we're not from here.
Wait a minute, I like to suggest something. I raise my
Right.
hand and I say, I like to
Right.
suggest something. How about we get into more fights so that way we can repay? I want. Wait, can we join? Like, can we? Yeah, fight. Like, can we start like some type of like wrestling match and then get paid off of fighting?
What the hell?
Oh my! You don't see me when I'm done. I'm just putting my hand in my face, just face palming so hard. Oh my
Guys, I
God.
just want to say something. You know, when I was here and Murdoch was here, I was acting like I was acting, and Morgan was correcting me. Now I feel like Morgan and you guys are me.
Oh my god.
Not really.
No, not really. Oh my god. Lori's gonna. I'm just trying to get myself into the curtain, and I'm just like, oh my god, these people. Okay. Lori's just gonna grab a pen, starts writing notes, and putting a new order for you guys. You three especially. You guys wanna repay all the damages that you have done, especially pay the tall hat witches that we require to find you guys. It points to you, to Kotomi and Chino. You guys need to go and get me some ingredients, especially some gold that you guys have to earn and pay back. The total amount of gold that you guys have to pay back to this location for all the damages will be 50 gold each.
I got a question.
Yes?
Will we get our weapons back?
Your weapons will be still with you because you're gonna need it for the location you guys are heading regardless. It just gives you a paper note that looks like a fine for all three of you. The total amount to be paid is about 50 gold each, plus some ingredients to pay the tall hat witches for the goods and services. Do you guys accept this as the conditions for you guys to pay your fine?
I'd like to say something else.
Sure. What else you want to say?
Please don't.
Okay.
No.
Okay. What the fuck? No. What the hell? No. Anyway, so I would like to say is that how about I would like to make two suggestions. Okay, just two suggestions. For one, if we gotta look for some specific items, I would like you to write it down for us so it'll be easier for us to find. And then two, can we let's see what can we like can you help pay for us for an inn so that way we can have somewhere place to stay when we come back.
Okay, hold on. So first of all, you want the ingredients you need to be written down. Second, you also want an inn to pay to where you stay?
Yeah, I would like Frog Mama to pay for our inn as payment, at least for doing this mission.
She looks a bit confused, but she says like, you guys do not need to pay. You just need to ask Naldo to give you staying on the barn, and you can stay in there.
What's that sound to you guys? Is that good?
Wait, what?
Oh?
Like, can you repeat that?
I'm asking you, Katomi and Amber, or I'm trying to like wage our like resources in. I want to try to see if we can get something in return.
No, like what Allure is trying to tell you, you can always ask Naldo for a place to stay to sleep. If you want something more fancy, like a proper bed in a room, you have to pay silver, like what Rocket did.
Gotcha. Okay.
She did not say that about me, though. She doesn't know what I did last night.
Yeah, exactly. I was just giving you an example. But she points that out. You can go rent a room for a couple of silver on the bar. If not, you can go ask Naldo to give you like housing for like a couple of days, and it's fine. And that one is free.
Okay. Yeah, I really haven't done else. I'm just trying to stall. I haven't done else.
Okay. Perfect. Anything else you want to ask? Do you all three agree to these terms and services? Amber?
I so want to just say no and then run away.
I hate you guys.
And what about you, Chin and Kotomi?
Can we drag Oats and Oats and other homegirl into this, please?
Huh?
What?
Mm-hmm.
What?
You want
Yeah, I
them
want to
to
see like.
also be dragged into this?
Me? If you guys keep this up, I don't want to be associated with you guys.
Wait,
Well, then you
okay.
can give back your axe to Cheetah.
Oh yeah, because Shira has my other axe, technically.
Exactly. If you want the axe, you're gonna have to come with us.
I have my main axe though. That's the biggest one I was concerned about.
Oh. Oh wait, never mind. Okay, I know where I have something. Okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. I got it. Okay. I got nothing else.
Okay.
Am,
So
am
between
I
you
able?
three,
Am I able to use this to like lower my fee?
what do you want to use?
The feet that I grabbed?
Oh, yes, you can. Yes, you can.
This is gonna be interesting. I'm a sheep.
You can use it to lower your fee against, I would say, the a little froggy's will. So, roll me a diplomacy. How you want to say it? Like, convince me to me. How do you want me to reduce your payment of 50 gold?
This is gonna be good.
So I'm looking here at the fee and I happen to notice that it's exactly the same as it was for the other fee from the first problem. And to be fair, I didn't really do much. I just grabbed something he threw at me and ran the other way. I didn't break and enter or anything like that. So I think this might be a little pricey for the actions I did.
So you're saying okay.
Oh.
So you're saying you you become an accomplice, not for the will, but because of the action Cheetah took.
Correct.
Okay. So if that's the case, I would say I can reduce your goal by half. However, that other half has to go to Cheetah because he's the one that caused the problem. So Cheetah will have to pay 75 gold, and you can only pay 25.
Works for me.
You.
Cheetah, you want to do
Wait,
a
hold on.
counter argument?
No, hold on. Okay, hold on. I want to try to rebut, not rebut what Komi said, but I want to try to rebut against the frog.
Okay.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to use this. Okay.
Huh? What is this? Okay.
Oh god.
You should get a drink and then put the potion.
Oh. Okay, so how do you want to do this? How do you try to charm Alluri to convince her to lower your 75 gold fee?
Okay.
Man, this party is something.
Okay.
Team Bayheart, Team Bayheart. How you want to charm?
Think how hard you have to go to ER again.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, give me a second. Okay, let's see. I'm thinking. Let's see. Okay. Here's one of those. Okay. Okay.
I'm already scared.
Okay. So for my so what I tell Frog Mama is that I didn't intend to cause like this much trouble, and to be honest, it was Katomi. I mean, it wasn't Katomi's fault, but sometimes he probably like manipulated me, because on the first thing in my mind, I was just thinking about like getting the weapons and getting out the shop. You don't know if Katomi or Amber manipulated me, and I was just trying to repay my debt.
Okay. So Tillia, you're trying to lie that actually the mastermind of you stealing was Amber.
Fuck you.
You wanna blame everything that the mastermind for all these things happening? It's Amber's fault. Is that it?
So if I played a bard, fuck's sake.
Okay. I would say for that, roll me a performance and a diplomacy.
Okay. Okay. Hold on. You said performance and diplomacy. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So we want to
Not
see
deception?
how. No, not perception. No, not perception.
No, deception.
Deception.
Oh,
Shit,
deception.
I'm fucked.
All
Hold on.
right, you also have
Oh.
this. I forgot about that. Yeah, so roll me that one. Roll me diplomacy for your talking, performance to see how you do it, and deception. All three at once.
He said diplomacy, deception, and performance.
Yes.
Okay, let's roll this. Okay. It's not. I'm already terrified. Okay. Deception.
Okay.
Okay. Now here's the real one right here. Performance, because I suck ass in that. Okay.
Oh my God, you rolled 21. So you perform with your little cute kitty, like the little Shrek cat eyes, and like, no, I was deceived by Amber. He's the one that manipulated me. Your words can come like choppy from time to time. The deception is a bit intriguing. So against her will, your performance is convincing her that absolutely the mastermind of all the shenanigans that you have done so far is Amber. Amber, do you have something to say against these accusations against you?
That's Cheetah.
I mean, Cheetah.
That's all?
Oh.
That's a bit weird. It's small.
No, I meant the gift.
Oh,
Oh, that's what you mean. That's what you mean. Okay, sorry. So now, Amber, Cheetah is blaming all the things that happened to you. That you are the mastermind behind it. Do you have anything against it to say like you are not to defend yourself against this?
Your Honor, I did literally nothing. I did no damage. I didn't even break anything. To us, I didn't even break your spell on your shitty ass Great Hall. I got in that door clean. I have literally done nothing to deserve this.
See, look
I
at this
did-
man.
He is
He's
not.
talking
I am
about
not the mastermind. That bitch tried to steal everything and then blame it on anyone else.
Okay. Okay. So now for you have to roll me diplomacy, Amber. 20.
Yes.
Okay, that beats your diplomacy, Cheetah. So it's still a bit. Alluri looks a bit intrigued, but it kind of tells that you are not lying. Amber, it looks like you are not lying. So anything else you wanna add? You wanna blame it on somebody? How do you wanna get up? How do you wanna prove that you are not involved with the shenanigans that Cheetah has caused?
It was all the Minotaur.
It was all the Minotaur. I mean, ask your guards who they found inside your Great Hall last night. All I'm saying.
Guys,
Wait,
you know I can
what?
fucking kill you.
Yes.
Okay. I learned just say like, okay, hold on. Are you saying that the cause of all these issues that this person in front of me did is behind somebody that instructed him to do things, and that person is a bull, a cow,
A man bull. Yes.
a man bull?
Yes, Your Honor. He has a rage ability that made me shit my pants. I'm sorry.
Right.
Kotomi, do you also agree with this?
I think I just nod and stay silent.
Okay, all three of you, roll me perception with advantage. I mean, not perception, the deception with advantage.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay, hold on. I can carry this. Hold on. Oh, let's go.
Okay, no. Oh dear God.
Yeah, 20. 20 is good. Yeah.
Okay, so you're blaming all of that to the bull. Alluri. Oh my God, please, Alluri, don't fail the roll. Oh God dang it. Okay, damn it. Okay, Allura is convinced. Is convinced that the mastermind of all the shenanigans that has happened is the bull. It's the Minotaur. And it's outside being free. So you guys, well, regardless of that, you guys are still accomplices of his shenanigans. However, now that that is being said, the sentence will be reduced to all three of you, and it will go down to the bull itself. So the bull now, they need to go get. So the quest now is you three has to go get the bull or the Minotaur in here.
Oh god.
Okay.
Yes, you know,
So
I'm
you
considering
had to
if I wanna do
convince.
what I wanted to do previously.
You had to convince the
or-
bull to come into this office without saying exactly why. If you guys manage to convince the bull to come to this office, all of the charges will go back to the bull and not to you guys. Is that a deal?
Deal.
Gotcha.
Yep, got it.
Alrighty then. Off you go. You guys have that task, and all of the problems that you guys have been accused of will come to the Minotaur. Back to the current village.
Rocken, do you want to help me kill those guys?
Again, Ozzy, you're not aware of this situation.
I'm not aware of any of this happening.
Either
I know,
you.
I'm just asking hypothetically.
I think that was
Is
a
that-
job failed successfully.
Okay, so we're gonna put you guys, Cheetah, Katomi, and Amber. Well, can you try your talking to the map, please?
Where am I?
I don't
even
know.
where I am.
No, I think you got deleted.
Okay. Bah.
Well, the grass is back.
Wait, I can't. Why can't I select it? What?
I do not know. It seems to be like a bug.
Alright, let me reload.
Help me fix it.
Okay, Ozzy, can you do the same thing? Can you click and drag your Abby?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, but can you click
I
and drag
can on
it?
this one. I can on this one.
Oh, I can't now.
That is-
Actually, I cannot now.
You cannot?
Yeah,
No.
Oh, roll
still
20.
can't.
Why you're freaking kidding me? Why is it doing that?
The map's a little different.
Is it?
All my
Yeah,
all
remember
it's
this
doing
spot
now
here?
is my like selecting.
Oh yeah. It
Oh yeah,
is.
the grass.
into
The
the
grass.
Yeah.
Can
Yeah,
you
I
do,
do
like,
not
the bottom?
understand.
I still can't select it. Ugh. Roll
Look at all
20.
those oatsies.
You cannot click and drag your character, Ozzy? What about you, Cheetah? Can you click and drag your character?
Let's see. Yeah, I can drag it.
But
No, I can't.
but Amber
can't.
and you cannot. Why is it doing that? Define potting? What the fuck? Place potting?
Maybe we go back to the older map.
All right,
that had
let's
the
do that. Let's put you on the other map. Okay, hold on. Let me go to where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Ah, there it is. Whoop. There
Now
you
I
go.
can.
Can you guys move your characters from here?
Yeah, I can move my character.
Yes.
So that means that Rockin cannot move her character, right? That is so bizarre. Why the fuck is it doing that?
Okay, so we're all over here.
Oh, by the way, Lily, should you talk about the moving to the
But
tabletop simulator? Because this is the last week, I think.
I mean, the
20.
the thing is that if, in order for us to either continue here or move it to the tabletop simulator, we had two options. Either I do require some sort of like help paying this roll training, or we can move to the tabletop simulator.
And all of you just pay once using a CDK, which is like few dollars for the game.
But still, regardless, it's gonna be paying money regardless, because not all of you has tabletop simulator.
Yeah, but you only pay once instead of every month, right?
Yeah, but the monthly is like $5.
Yeah.
You're telling me we all don't have $1 a month to give?
That's still a lot.
Yeah.
I might not have the dollar to spare. I'd rather move to tabletop, pay once, and be done with it for the rest of the life.
But are you gonna help him import everything and create everything? Because that's a lot of work.
Yeah, that's a
I can
lot of
help.
work.
I can help, Lily. I'm always free.
Well, we can discuss that a little bit later. So at the moment, you guys' quest is to convince the OT to go into the career brigade to face justice for the mastermind he is. In the meantime, okay, OT, you're coming back from your trip to the forest with the new lumber, and you're gonna give it to Naldo, the guy that helped you out.
Oh, yes.
Rockin', where are you? What are you doing?
I guess looking for odd jobs, just shopping around, seeing what's in different shops.
Okay,
I have
sure.
no
You wanna
idea what's been
shop
going
around?
on.
Lily, I have a question.
Where'd my token go? It was on the map.
Click and drag it again. I think you got deleted.
Now I might not be able to move it.
Give it a try.
Yeah, now I can't.
Oh my god, roll 20. What the fuck is happening? Okay, I'm just gonna put you by the shops.
Okay, where's the shop? Okay.
Okay, so you are on the shops. You find different items. Is there anything you're looking in specific?
Well, I have no idea about like us finding our stuff, so I'm guessing I'm looking for an adventure pack just to start off, just something basic with like the essentials. If that's something that I can buy.
Okay, inside the shop, you find, well, of course, you find the little like camping things like a bed, a rope. You find frying pans. You find things to do things. As well, you find different oddities. Like for example, you find a cauldron. You also find a flying broomstick. You also find things that you do not recognize as your character. However, as you as the player, you recognize as a Game Boy cassette players. I followed VHS, a camera, and other things like gloves, pots, and everything in between. You even find a
Since
walk.
my character doesn't know what those are, can they ask the shopkeeper what they are?
Of
what
course.
They do? Good. I think it'd be good if my character could learn what these things are.
All right, so pick and choose. What do you wanna ask the shopkeeper about?
The camera looking thing.
Okay, so your character's gonna pick up this camera, looking around, and then by accident pressing a button, you flash yourself. Like, okay, so how do you wanna ask the shopkeeper?
What is this thing? I've never seen one before.
Oh, okay, he's gonna look at you and like, okay, so this is what you call an Insta camera. So it shows you how it works. Is this you can take pictures of like items, things, and you can like it will print out a little paper thingy.
Okay.
Yeah.
How much is it?
This one is gonna cost you around 50 gold.
Ooh. Okay, I don't have enough for that. How much are the backpacks?
Oh, the traveling backpacks filled with all the goodies, that should be 1 gold.
1 gold? Okay. And then some of the frying pans, how much are those?
The frying pan. For that one, there's different levels. It shows you 3 different frying pans. One of them is like copper frying pan. The other one is an iron pan, and the other one is a silver pan.
Okay. How much is the iron one?
The iron one is about 2 gold.
Okay, I'll take the backpack and this iron frying pan.
Alright, Poop, don't forget to add it to your inventory. 16,
Okay,
thank you for your business. And also remove the coins. Don't forget to remove the coins.
Okay, yep. 3 coins gone.
Perfect. Is anything else you're looking into? Are you interested in this, like, Rubik's Cube and this TV? And it posted, of
not
course, you're like a TV.
No, thank you.
What about
I'm
a
good for now.
broom? It says a broom. Okay, no? Okay, fine. Have a good day. As you walk outside,
Okay, I'm just trying to add these items to my inventory. So now I have the... What are the essentials that I would add?
on the backpack in the senses you have, of course, some rations, some what's it called, sleeping bags, and rope, and a torch apparently.
Okay, I see. And then I got a... frying pan. I'll just
Is
put
the
that...
torch an actual
Hey guys, look!
torch?
I just found
Or
this
is it a
frying
flashlight?
pan.
Yeah.
It's a drying pan.
What the fuck? No. The torch that you find is, of course, modern torch. So when you look at it, it's not like a torch you have used before. This is a flashlight, or like they also call it a torch in Germany for some reason.
Gotcha.
Okay, I guess I would take that out of my backpack and mess around with it to see what it does. Figure
Alright,
it
as
out.
to-
Robin, you're putting all of your items in here instead of the D20, I see.
Yeah, you put them in
Yeah,
one
that-
red sky.
I mean, I guess that works too.
I mean, for me, it's much easier to follow that than using the roll 20. Sometimes it glitches, like, as you can tell. Anyways, so as you mess around with the flashlight, you notice that when you press a button, a light comes out. And when you press a button again, it goes out.
Okay.
You do not quite understand how this magical item works, but it makes light. So that's all you know at the moment.
Okay.
From behind you, you hear the buzzing sound to what appears to be a giant box filled with a weird sort of, like, a jar. It's like a...
Buzzing
So behind
in
you.
Jars?
Yep.
Oh?
It's a vending machine, I think.
Ah, okay. I see.
From Renee's, as you mess around with things, you see a little kid coming in, go to the machine, put a coin on it, like a what appears to be like a couple copper coin, and grabs the soda and walks off. And for some reason, this kid with whatever appears to be, for you as a player, no, it's a bicycle. For you, it's a weird looking thing with 2 wheels. It starts flying off. Okay, now back to the whole party up there. Also, you're with Naldo. How do you wanna like present this wood to Naldo?
I just tell him that this is a gift. I just thought he might need more wood just in case. I had nothing better to do, so I just gifted it to him.
Oh, now let's go look at this. Okay, thank you for this nice fine wood. And then when I ask him or just then?
Yes, but for the next part, I think it would be better and more realistic if we separate voice chats, Lily.
For what? Why?
And if you can make them not see where my Avi is, so they cannot find me. Oh, he's there. We're just gonna walk there, kind of thing.
That's why the dice are for. And also doesn't help me separating you different things, because then you do not know exactly what's going on. So it's gonna be interesting because you know what's going on as the player, but not as the character. This is where the dice are coming. In the meantime, Kotomi, Cheetah, and Amber.
Wait, I didn't finish my thing.
When? What do you want to say to Naldo?
Oh, I wanted to ask him if he wants to walk with me and have a chat while I can go to the frog mama, because I wanted to ask her something that's connected to my bio.
Okay, how do you ask this?
What was his name again?
Naldo.
Naldo. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Naldo, do you wanna go on a walk with me? Have a chat about life and stuff? And I wanna actually go to the frog mama. I wanna ask her about if she can tell me anything about the item that I have since my youth. And I point to my earring with the emerald in it.
So you wanna talk about the thing that you have in your ear? I thought it was like a tag for the owner that owns you or something. Says Naldo.
I just laugh. No. That's something that I found in my youth. It's a complex story, but I can tell you all about it.
Okay, Naldo agrees and starts following you back to where you go as you guys talk about your, I guess, life story.
Yeah, so
And,
just imagine I tell him my whole bio.
Right. So in the meantime, Kotomi, China, and Amber, what do you guys want to do?
I guess look for Otsu.
All right.
Yeah.
How do you want to try to look for Otsi?
I mean,
Right,
Wait,
who's
yeah.
the tallest?
I am like 6 foot.
Okay, I
Yeah,
stand on
like
top.
6'1".
With our combined heights, we are still shorter than Otsu. Yeah, like, I wanna from on top of Cheetah's head. I wanna like look around and see if I can spot Otsu.
Oh, wait. What if I
Wait.
toss you high into the air so you can get a good glimpse, and I try to catch you when you fall back down?
I mean, I could also just fly straight upwards, but
I was about to say you couldn't fly.
standing on Cheetah
That
is
is
lazier.
Kotomi, not Amber.
No, that is
Kotomi
me.
is the one
I
that
can
cannot
fly.
fly. Amber can.
So it's not just me confusing Amber and Kotomi.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Perfect. Another thing. Okay, so what do you guys want to decide to do? How do you want to try to find the OT?
Okay, let's let Kotomi fly then.
No,
Sure, Kotomi tried to fly.
I fly straight up. Do I see Otsu?
Okay, as you fly up, roll me perception.
I believe I perceive Otsu.
Yeah, you straight up pinpoint where Otzi is, and you say, "There it is." Okay,
Go that away.
Alrighty, so for the sake of giggles, all of you, okay, this is just, let's just go, whoop. All of you roll me initiative.
Click my character. Gotcha.
Initiative. Woo! 2 nat 20s in a row.
Wait, one. Let's go.
Perfect. Also you, Otzi, also roll me initiative.
Get less. Come on, bro. God damn it.
Don't forget to click on your character. Don't forget to click on your character and roll initiative.
24, I guess. Anyway.
Okay, tomato. Okay. Let's start with Amber. Amber! You see where the Oats is. What do you want to do?
I want to start flying towards them.
Okay.
How far is it?
It's
It's like... Oh,
It's
fuck me. That's
quite
like,
a distance.
That's 2 turns of movement. God damn. Okay. So
I can remember
75.
Otzi does not know what your deal is, so we're gonna go from there. Alright, you're gonna move to that location and we go to Otzi. Otzi, you are talking to Naldo. Which direction you wanna take while you're talking to Naldo?
The longest possible. Because it's a long bio.
Okay,
So-
just which direction. You can move three turns.
Wait a second. 8. What is 8 by 8? 8 plus 8 is 16.
8 times 8
8 times 8 is 100,
is
160.
64.
I
Yeah,
said
16.
plus.
64. Oh,
I
8
said
plus
plus, you
16. Yeah, 16.
80. 120. There we go.
Exactly what I thought it was gonna happen. Okay, now we got the cheetah.
I'm not gonna lie, I actually did plan to take the longest route because my bio is very long. Originally, I planned to go literally on the river, but since I have Naldo with me, I'm gonna go that way.
Okay. Cheetah, it's your turn. You're gonna follow Ember.
Let's take a look. Because I see. Well, no. Okay, let's see.
So at the
One
moment,
second.
only Amber knows where OT is. Only Amber knows where OT is.
I know, but I was gonna say we can split up, but then I don't know.
I mean, you could, but you just have to roll with perception to see if you see OT in the distance or not.
Okay. Okay. Wait, where's? Oh, right here. It's right here. Okay. Come on, bro. Give me that good shit. Give me that good shit. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on. Right here. Okay. Damn. Damn.
Okay, so which direction do you want to go? Because you did not see where the OT went. So which direction you going?
Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna go this way. Right here. This
Okay.
way. That's one action.
Yeah, that's one action.
That's no the roll and then perception roll. Okay, so that's 2 actions. Okay, now I think I'm just gonna wait my turn for right here.
Okay, Kutamin. You saw Cheetah and Amber heading to different directions. What do you want to do?
I guess perceive the CM.
Okay. Are you trying to look for OT or are you trying to perceive Amber? Or Cheetah?
OT.
Okay, roll a perception. Because of the distance, because everything is in front of you, you do manage to see the horns far away. And it's on the direction down over there.
Okay.
This way. Yeah, 2 actions.
Alright.
Alright, perfect. Now, before we move into Amber one more time, Rocket, is there anything else you want to do?
Yes. There's been I rummage around in my pocket and I find something.
Sure.
And
What
I'm
do you
just
find?
going to, I'm just gonna.
Oh, okay. Got it. Alrighty, so you
So,
pick
I
up
looked at
this
it.
coin,
Mm-hmm.
and as you look at it, roll me perception.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
12. Or 19. Oh, you said 12 on the 3D. I'm just not
Yeah,
going to
weird.
use the 3D dice.
Yeah, do not use the 3 days. It
understand.
makes you lag and also takes a while. So as you look at this coin that you found in your secret place, I'm not gonna say how because it's only up to you. You wanna share it. This coin does not look like the coins you use to buy things in here. This coin seems to be similar, but at the same time different. Roll me an Arcana. Arcana or Occultism, whichever you have the highest.
Arcana or what?
Occultism.
Cultism.
20. You notice that this coin has some sort of magic into it. As you flip through it, you faintly see the resemblance to what appears to be a tree.
A what?
A tree.
Tree.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Anything else you want to do?
Okay, so I have one person that I might be able to ask
Mhm.
that I know of. I'm gonna head here.
All right, for your last 2 turns, you're gonna go to that location. And you wanna knock at the door
The
or
fe-
something?
Yep, I knock on the door. Is the festival over?
Yeah, the festival is over.
Okay, so she's more likely to be home.
Yeah. You hear the boys inside of it asking like, yes, come in. The store is open. Come in, come in. As you
Can I
open
come in?
as you open the door, you find, of course, the witch that you helped last time. And he recognizes you. So like, oh, it's you. Hi. How can I help you?
Yes. I was hoping I can ask you about this coin that I got. That I found.
A coin, you see?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay, the witch girl grab the coin, like kind of like not grab it, like snatch it out of your hands, looks through it, flips through it, kind of like gives it like a little taste and say like, it seems to be one of a quite ancient coin. Apparently, it belongs to what like an old, you can say cabin that that's not in this world anymore. Like, where do you find this coin? Asked the witch.
Well, I was sitting in my cell a couple nights ago, and my fox noticed a silhouette, ran to it, and it ran away, but my fox returned with the coin. I didn't quite see what the small creature really was, but I could tell it was small.
Oh, just a small little creature. Can you describe this small little creature? Do you saw what it was? Was it like a spirit? Was it like an animal?
No, I couldn't quite catch what it was. All I saw was it was mostly a silhouette, like a shadow. And then as soon as I went to look, it had disappeared.
Okay, the witch is gonna give the coin back to you. She's gonna go flip through some of the books as the pixies comes to fly around you, looking at you, giggling. Okay, let's see. Where is it? Where is it? Where is
Is
it?
the cat there too?
The cat is not around there because it doesn't like being close to the pixie.
Oh. Okay.
So as the witch flipped some books here and there, she finds this, like, here it is. She shows you like an old page of what appears to be a symbol resembling the tree that is on the coin. And she says, this coin seems to be part of what appears to be the spirit realm. It is the currency that probably can be used on the spirit realm to buy goods. However, this one looks quite and feels quite ancient. Like, it doesn't seem to be on circulation anymore. Or, this coin specifically, they do not make them anymore. But I can tell you, this coin resembles a cherry blossom tree.
Okay.
Also, if you're more interested in finding more about these coins, you might want to go talk to the spirits. They might give you some clues. However, be very careful. Not all of the spirits will be willing or find you, at peace in you talking to them about this specific coin.
Okay. Well, I have a knack for talking to spirits. I'm an animist. So,
He's gonna go, huh? What is that?
an animist. I can speak to spirit.
Oh, okay, I
Gentlemen.
see what you mean. Well, is there anything else I can help you with?
Well, let me just browse your wares a little bit. I have
All
some
right,
gold, so I might be able to purchase something.
I see,
Do you have any potions for healing?
Oh, a lot and a kind. And she shows you her wares of different potions of different kinds and different shenanigans. In the meantime, we go back to ordeal criminal friends. Ember, it's your turn. What do you want to do?
I fly towards the Minotaur as
Alright.
far as I can,
Okay.
which is
Mm,
in the middle of that path.
All right. Fly to that
you just
location.
fly,
Okay. You want to say something to the Minotaur as you get close to it?
No. We'll
No?
wait.
All right. So, Otzi, it's your turn. You do see right away the Amber flying towards you. What do you want to do?
I just keep walking.
It's just gonna ignore the Amber? Okay, that's fine. Alright, walk to where do you wanna go?
80. There.
Okay, where do you go?
Away from the map, wherever that path follows.
Okay, as you keep walking, you're completely ignoring everybody and you're gonna head that way. Cheetah! Is
That's
that
two
there?
actions. That's two actions, Lily, because I plan. I
Uh-huh.
don't know if you see my arrow. Do you see my arrow beyond the map?
Nope. I do not see your arrow beyond the map.
I plan to go all the way around over there.
Nope, do not see it.
Not.
Oh, so you wanna go all the way around. Okay, gotcha. Alright, you have one more action.
Well, I don't see the road. Where am I supposed to go?
I don't know. You're the one moving, so which way do you wanna go?
You're the one who didn't make full map.
This is the full map of a town. I cannot do the full map of the entire world.
Yeah, where you're going, you're actually leaving town.
Yeah, you're actually
I'm
leaving the
leaving.
town.
Well, then I guess I'm leaving town.
Okay. You're gonna leave the town. Right, for that, now we go to Cheetah. Cheetah, what do you wanna do?
Okay. Hmm.
Hmm?
Hold on. Give me a second.
Holding?
Okay. There's nothing else for me to do except just walk. So, 1,
Thank you for the headbutt. Thank you.
2, and 3. Okay, I used up all my reactions.
Okay. Kotomi, what do you wanna do? Kotomi,
Mm,
what do you wanna do?
I will. Hmm. Um.
Come on, you guys can think outside the box. Think outside the box.
I'll go down here by Amber.
Okay. Is there anything you wanna ask Amber or anything in between?
Which direction is he going? Oatsy.
He's following the road straight out of town. I think he's trying to run away.
Gotcha.
All right. Otis trying to run away. We go back to our dear friend Rockin. Rockin, the witch shows you different goodies and things. It shows you portions of flying, portions of damaging, or anything that you can imagine. Are you interested in buying any of these? Rockin.
Died.
I think it's muted. Rockin, you're muted. Okay, so we go back to. I guess while we wait for Rocket to respond, we go to our dear friend, Ember. Ember, what you wanna do?
Yep. I keep running, flying. Same difference.
No.
Yeah, it is. Bam.
Okay, so none of you are gonna try to shout or yell or say something.
I will
You're
now
just
shout.
running towards it. Jesus Christ, you guys are
I will now talk normally because I'm in 10 feet range now. Yeah,
oh my god.
I'll just say, oh yeah, Otzi,
you cannot talk normally. You're a bird.
yeah, yo, Otzi, Alluri wants to talk to you. She said it's really important.
Wayne.
I'm back. What did I
Oh,
miss?
there you go. Rocket, welcome back. So, you had several options, several portions. Are you interested in looking for one specific?
I'm hoping for some healing potions, but ones that I can afford, at least like in a size that I can afford. I have currently. I show what I have. I have 2 gold and 4 silver.
Oh, okay. So you're looking for healing potions. Hmm. Let me see. The witch looks around and he finds you 2 lesser potions of healing.
Okay.
And it will sell to you for how much gold you say you have?
I have 2 gold. I'd
Okay.
like to keep the silver if I could, so I can.
All right.
pay for
Because
it
the
again.
witch kinda likes you. She's gonna sell you the two lesser potions of healing for the 2 gold.
Okay.
Perfect. Remember to add the 2 potions of lesser healing to your inventory.
Okay. And
Okay, perfect. Anything else you wanna do?
I
Reckon?
guess I'll leave, say thank you, and leave, and then try to do more odd jobs around.
All right, perfect.
Or more healing.
As you walk out, you see Amber flying, passing by the road down below.
Wonder what he's up to.
All right.
Don't
with
worry
that,
about it.
with that, yeah, I remember you just say it. Just give me a second. Okay, we see that Ozzy running out of town. Ember, what do you wanna do?
So yeah, I shouted to Otzi about Alluri wanted to see him, and I guess he responds with he's coming.
did.
Yeah, he's going there anyway. After his walk with Naldo.
Okay, so you both going to they're going to Alluring, okay?
So yeah.
Okay, so with that done, okay, so you just want to go the whole circuit around, right? Outside, just go around the long walk and you explain yourself story to Naldo, right? Okay, so for the sake of argument, you just appear up there. Let's just go there. You're still talking to Naldo about your story, and now we go back to Cheetah. Cheetah, what do you want to do?
Okay. Oh shit! I forgot to do this one
shit.
thing while I was.
Huh?
Shit, hold on. Let me just check my skill set real quick before I do anything.
Do that. Let's take a bathroom break before we continue. I need to go pee. I'll be right
Okay.
back.
I I don't know who to talk to.
What do you mean?
Because something happened to me the night that we all had something happen at night. But I don't, with what I have, I don't know who would even be able to help me with it.
Oh, that thing. Bonus, thank you for reminding me. I forgot that even happened.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I mean, I could talk to the merchant, but he would probably not know. I thought about telling Alluri, but she doesn't seem to really know much about the history of the place.
Wait, what was your plan?
Well, I guess I don't really care if you guys know, but when we were all in prison and that night happened, a tablet appeared next to me, and it had a cherry blossom tree on it, and I have been hiding it because honestly, I don't want to get like in trouble for like somebody saying I stole it, because it was the same tablet I found in the store with that guy, and he said it was a paperweight, and I didn't know what it was, so I put it back down, but somehow it ended up with me in my cell.
As it must be connected to the coin that I have then. I guess. Right? Why? Because it's got cherry blossom on it too. Why? Do you think? Do you think they're connected?
Can I just say, you're lucky that you both got items. I got a temporary spell slot, which is already faded. Yeah, it's fine.
I think it's possible they're connected. I mean, my character knows what it resembles, but I have to find someone that actually knows about it.
Okay, I'm back. What did I miss?
Oh, nothing. We were just talking shop.
Ah, okay.
Talking about stuff.
Perfect. Okay, Cheetah, it's your turn. What do you want to do? You got stuff to do.
Okay, I'm gonna use this just to help add 5 to my movement.
Okay.
And now I'm just going to continue moving forward. So that's going to be 60. Yeah, 60. So right here. Oop. Shit. Wrong one. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh.
Holding.
Okay, there we go. Okay.
Frolicking the flowers.
Okay. Just moved. I got.
Okay.
How do I delete this ruler? Hold on.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Undo. There we go. Boom. Okay. Well, now I have to move it again. Okay. Fuck you.
Just click and drag your character. There you go. Okay. But that means now Cheetah is right next to you. What do you want to do?
Hi, Gina.
Hi.
Otzi left out the other way, and Amber followed after. So I'm just kind of chilling here in the flowers.
Gotcha.
You know, against my better judgment, I'm gonna actually go to the shopkeeper.
Okay.
Oh my fucking god. I fucked up.
And while you're in there, what do you want to do?
I want to show him the tablet that appeared by me.
Oh, you want to say anything, or you're just walking and just showing the tablet?
I want to show it to him and say that last time I was in here, I looked at this and you said it was just a paperweight, but it appeared next to me at night, and I don't know how it got there, and I was wondering if maybe you knew, or just to let you know that I did steal it.
The shopkeeper looks at you confused. Like, what are you talking about? I never seen this tablet in my life. Are you trying to sell it to me? And I just tried to like give it like a background?
No, I'm not trying to sell it, but that's all I really needed to know then.
The shopkeeper looks still very confused and just like, well, if you're trying to sell, I can just give you like a couple of copper pieces for it.
Oh dear lord, no.
Is there anything you want? We have a lot of things you can buy from here.
What do you have for around 4 gold?
You want anything for 4 gold? I mean, you can just spend on the vending machine and say get a soda or something. I don't have anything here that is worth 4 gold. And just like waves the hand like scooting you out.
Damn, not even a backpack. Okay.
I mean, that's weird.
Yeah.
Did you go to the same shop I went to?
It's just that this character is kind of like, hey, you have the money to buy stuff, just buy it. Do not ask you for stuff. Anyway, so what else do you want to do, Katami? After being shoes out of the store and find out that the shopkeeper does not remember the tablet whatsoever.
I want to take a look at one of the little vending machines.
Sure. In front of you, there is the vending machine. It seems to come with different types of super colorful jars. And someone just asking for at least 2 copper gold or 2 copper.
Okay, put in 2 copper.
All right, make your selection. What do you want?
I'm just gonna let fate decide and just press random buttons.
Okay, roll me a d20. $11. Okay, so from the vending machine, you just hear the machine going. And on the bottom, a can appears to be of a blue with red color. And on the side, it says cola.
Interesting. I'll put it in my bag.
Tommy has acquired a cola can. All right, now we go to our dear friend Rackin. Rackin, what are you doing? Just saw Amber run past you. Rocky?
Well, I'm really low on gold now.
Okay.
So I guess I should go around and see if I can do any odd jobs for any of the shops around.
All right, roll me a d20.
Ooh.
Okay, 17. You do find out that the people down below to the southeast, this is east, like somewhere down here, they seem to be trying to scoot away some spirits that are messing around with the farm. You wanna go help them out?
Sure.
Right, so the rocking goes over there, and how do you wanna approach this situation? You see the farmers struggling to scoot away some what appears to be little fluffy, leafy creatures.
Fluffy, leafy creatures?
Yeah, if you don't remember, I don't think you did saw them how they look like. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it? There you go. They're like these little things. Boop.
Ah.
That's so cute.
Okay. Well, I do have a forest spirit. He might be able to shoo them away or talk to them to get them to leave.
Okay, so how do you approach this farm and start to scoot away these things? Like how? Like, tell me how you approach this.
Oh, hey, do you need any help?
The both farmers look at you and say, please do help us. We having issues with these little creatures that they don't want to go away.
Oh, what are they doing exactly?
They're just stumbling into our crops. And then some of them are just digging out the seeds. Stop it! You can see them like scooting them away, and they just keep like messing around, dancing around the puddle land filled with crops, and some of them are pulling out the seeds.
Okay, let me see if I can help. And then
Fine. Like, how do you intend to help them out?
I call on my forest spirit.
Which one?
I have 2 right now. I have the. Let me see.
If I remember, you had the burrow guy and the garden guy.
Yeah, the garden guy. I'm gonna call on him. So I focus on summoning him to my side.
Ah. Alrighty. So for the whole sake of argument, and you try to help him out, roll me a nature. With advantage, of course, because you had to help all your guardian gang. Oh, nice, a 26. With the help of the guardian, you managed to not only scoot and chase away the pesky little sprite spirits, but also you managed to fix their crops to make it even way better than they had before. The farmers are very grateful for your assistance, and they reward you with 5 gold.
Awesome. Okay, I'll add that to my total.
Alright, back to Amber. Amber, what are you guys doing? Still chasing after Otzi?
Well, so after he answered, I would just go back to Alluro.
Okay, perfect. As you going heading back, and you wanna tell about Cheetah and Kotomi,
Yeah.
or okay,
Yeah,
Okay,
I like
go
tell them on my way past. Yeah,
okay, go ahead, tell them how you gonna tell them.
it's just like. So turns out we didn't need to convince him. He was already going there anyway.
Wait. Did he have somebody with him?
The big fat guy.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay, hold on.
The big guy, whatever.
Okay, hold on. I'm on my way. We still gotta go after him. Did you see where he went?
He went up the road, and that's about as far as I know.
Okay, so
Okay.
now we go to Otzi. Otzi, where are you heading? You're almost done, finished with your story, I assume. Telling Naldo what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so are you going to where? You say you're going to Aluri's place?
Chat.
Chan?
What's these 3 buildings? No, they are. What are they? Okay.
Oh wait! You wanna ask them? What are they? What are you talking about? The
3 buildings.
What 3 buildings?
I'm thinking-
Oh, those 3 buildings. Okay. So the one on the top, that's Abba's house. This one is just a regular mill. You know, where the people can take the grains and get like squash and push into making into like a flour. And the last one over here is just a sheep place. Where all of the sheep go to sleep after the brothers put them in. Or after taking them after pasture.
Okay. Well, the remaining moves, I'm already gonna be inside then.
Okay, perfect. You are inside. Has
With
you?
Naldo.
Let me see. Where is it? Is it this one? No.
And by the way, I already have written the message I wanna, everything I wanna do and say to the froggy. Here.
Oh dear lord, what the fuck is this paragraph? Oh my god. Hold on. Oh my god, I have to read all that. Jesus Christ.
I cannot talk much, so.
Okay, so now we go back to this location. At the moment, we will not have this thing here. I mean, this thing here. Oti, click and drag your character into here, please.
There you go. Oh, I cannot move it. Fuck.
I hate when Roll20 does it. Why isn't that you cannot move it weird? You're right there. Okay, so let me just read this whole paragraph that you just set up in front of me. Okay, Oti, hello, and how have you been? I apologize for the inconvenience it caused. I've been chopping some wood yesterday, and now show me the forest, get him out supplies. If you're short of wood, I can get some of my mama. Happening next apology. You have been good for us. Blah 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 blah. Okay.
Hey, don't skim read. Read it properly.
Okay, you're looking afternoon. Festival at the door. No answer, so push the door.
reading?
Carol, that was okay. Something, haha. Okay, in your free time, okay, okay. So tell the you played alone for the situation. So you do not know exactly what the situation is. You just come in all dingly dangly, wagging your tails, and like, hey, I'm sorry for the all the mishap that have caused. I can repair you by chopping wood, and I do not know where my party members are. Yada yada yada. Please, I'm innocent with the cafe. Okay. It is hard when you're not like role playing the character, but okay. So Alora's gonna look at you a bit confused, but also happy that you're here. Also, roll me a diplomacy. Let's see what you're saying convinces her.
Come on, Bell. Come on, Bell.
Jesus Christ, you know, what the fuck? 27. Okay, Alora says, looks intrigued of the whole situation. And then, oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so, Alora is gonna look intrigued, but also interested in what you asking for. You're asking her to look at what appears to be something for your childhood? Like an item or something?
Do you want to skim read the bio?
Yes, just tell me. I'm not reading the whole 2 pages that you put in there.
It's less than, it's a quarter, 1 page and a quarter.
Exactly. I'm not reading all that, so just tell me what is the thing is.
Wait a second. Let me just find the little bit that was about it.
Oh my god. I mean, when I asked you to write up, like a little background, I was not expecting you to write 2 freaking pages long. It's like a novel.
Yeah,
Wait, how do you write 2 pages under like
Yeah,
when we just started?
exactly.
it's my biography. Is how the character began.
Oh,
Originally, it was 3.5 pages, but Lily wanted me to cut it down.
Oh my god. It's like a fucking, it's like a freaking novel. I'm not reading the whole that. Anyway, so
Wait, I will. Oh, I found it. Wait.
you want a lawyer to help you find something that you found in your childhood. But what is it?
Okay. I'm gonna paste you the whole backstory. Well,
Oh,
no, sorry,
God.
not the whole.
Oh
just
god,
just
no!
a bit about it. Just a bit about
Oh
it.
god.
I should not be talking right now, so I cannot tell it. Sorry.
Oh dear god.
This is just a bit about it.
Oh my god, Jesus Christ. Can you just tell me what it is? Is it like a medallion? Is it like a gem?
Okay, so long story short, the character in childhood found a temple that was almost ruined and like vines it was deep in the forest. He went inside it. There was a statue. He found the pieces of the statue because of his OCD and stuff like that.
Right.
Glued them together. He couldn't find the legs, so he carved just a bit of wood to make as a base. Next time he came back, the statue was as if one, and basically the fountain in the back came back to life, and in the water in the basin of the fountain, he found a gemstone that had like an eye that seemed to be alive and looking at him, and he took it, and then one of his masters, who was making jewelry, made it into an earring, and now he wears it all the time. And ever since, he feels at ease, as if something is with him, someone.
So, Delia, earring, evil premonition.
Earring with a gemstone that has some unique something about it. You really need to read the bio.
Right, yeah, because I'm not reading the whole that. So, Alluri just looks at you confused. So, why are you asking her that? Well, she's gonna nod and hand you a fine of about, I would say, 150 gold that you need to pay for the things that you and your party has caused.
I just look confused at her and, what?
Alright, so she's gonna explain. Okay, so this is the thing. Your party members or your friends, quote unquote, in quotations friends, she does the quotation mark in her hand, accuse you of being the ringleader of the group. And they all agreed to turn you in to pay all the fines that they have caused for the robbery, the entry, and other things in between that you had caused. Also, here's the list of ingredients that you and your party had to gather to pay the fine for using the witches to find you guys out. And also, you smell very bad, so yeah.
I literally didn't do jack anything. Can you tell me exactly what happened? This is so confusing.
Okay, so what happened is last night your friends or your party steal items from a merchant, saying that they were theirs, that they were all their equipment.
As soon as you say that, I just face palm and oh my god, these fucking guys again.
So instead of coming to us and trying to resolve the issue like normal people would do, they decided to steal it. Not only they cause a pursuit, but also cause a disturbance for the whole last night of the festival. And we had to use the help of the tall hat witches to help them capture them. But not only that, there's also your intrusion into the Couriers Brigade without permission, as well as their other friend that tried to come in and, in his plain old words, tried to gain the money that quote unquote we stole from them. So, with that said, all of them decided to agree that you are the mastermind behind all of their doings, and all the blame will fall onto you. Unless you're able to prove otherwise, you will have to pay this whole fine plus get the ingredients for the witches. So, what do you want to say to prove your innocence?
Repeat the whole story I just said?
Nope. So, roll me a diplomacy.
I mean, no. I just said where I was everything yesterday. So I roll diplomacy again, yeah?
With a 15, it kinda doesn't seem convinced exactly. But also doesn't really truly disbelieve you either. So with that said, the fine still stands. It's gonna be with your entire group have to go collect the ingredients that the witches need, but also need to pay the fine of 150 gold.
Well, I can tell you right now, my party definitely not doesn't have that much gold.
Exactly. So you guys have to go. All the gold that you guys are gonna be collecting as a party, you got to pay your fine.
May I propose something?
Sure. What do you propose?
I work as one of your guards for a while. to pay at least my bit off. However long that's gonna take.
A while? How long
I
is a
don't mind.
while?
Yeah, how long is a while?
Yeah, how long is a while?
I mean, I said however long it needs to be. I know guards get paid well, but I don't mind doing it for free to pay it off.
Alora's gonna look it's gonna say, okay, hold on a minute. Alora's gonna go to talk to the main master for a while. After a little bit, she comes back and she says, if you wanna do that, you have to prove yourself first. You have to go to Awa, challenge Awa, and if you're able to defeat her in a combat in front of everybody, we're gonna consider your debt completely paid. However, if you fail, not only you have to pay 200 gold on fines, but you also have to be on guard duty underneath the supervision of Awa for an entire 2 years. And at this same moment in time, we're gonna have Kotomi, Amber, and Chira walking in through the front door. So please drag your characters in front. Into the map, please.
Here we go.
Oh my god, Amber, why are you always so big? I just like that right now, Rockin' is just doing his own thing, having the time of his life, while you guys are dealing with all this BS.
Counter proposition. 2 years sounds like a lot, and I already wasted 2 years just adventuring.
Hold on. So as this happening, both of you, all three of you, Kotomi, Amber, and Chira, you heard that the fine has increased to 200 gold. Plus, because you missed her, you hear that it's also 2 years of hard labor.
That is if I accept the terms.
That's what they hear. And as you're walking, what do you guys want to say?
Well, I mean, I believe it was 150 gold. Was what we agreed to, not 200, and no hard labor.
What about you, Kotomi? Do you say anything?
Not really. No, I agree with Amber.
Okay, perfect.
Gita, you can just shush.
Okay, so it's Alora's gonna say the whole thing again. So the deal is, your friend wants to work as a guard, but we do not really trust him as one of our own. So the only way that he is able to repay his entire debt is to challenge our dear guard leader Abba in a duel. If he's able to manage to beat her, all the debt and all the penance will be completely, outed. You guys will be free to go wherever you please without anything as a debt in your hands. That's a fine. However, if he loses, not only the fine is going to increase to 200 gold pieces, he also needs to work under Alba for 2 years. What do you guys think?
Oh, I just sent you a DM.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you guys just tried to frame me and you made the situation worse than it was.
You guys send me a DM? What the fuck?
No. Okay.
Well, no.
So,
Okay.
rather
I was
than
gonna
a
say,
duel,
no, I was gonna say if we can let Oates become guard, then everything would be off, and then basically he can basically like patrol, the certain whatever you call it, while we're like scot-free men, and then we can also just like use Oates, to help us. But the thing is, I was gonna say is that why don't we all
okay,
just
okay,
join
okay,
in?
okay. So
Like,
you
why don't we
guys
all just
are
join in to give them better aid? Like we
ah
all
okay,
fight
okay.
instead of him instead of just it being oats.
So all of you three wanna fight Alba to help pay the fine,
That's technically 4 of us.
right?
Yeah.
And at the same and at the same time, but remember, if you guys fail and you guys lose, you guys
Guys,
are
2
gonna end up
years.
paying
You guys are
200
dumb. Let
gold
me just do
each,
this.
plus 2 years of
Oh,
service to the career
fine.
brigade.
You don't even know how powerful the guards are.
Someone forgot about Mordek trying to fight her once.
Yeah. We know what level she is. It's not that bad. Yeah.
I would like to speak to Mama Frog.
Okay.
You've been really nice to us the whole time, and how about a counter proposition? Because I've already spent 2 years of my adventure just wandering around, and honestly, 2 years sounds like a bit too long for what we did. Well, they did. I look at them with a not happy face.
We're keeping
How
Zach.
about I fight her secondant instead? Because I know she's a very strong woman. I would only aspire to be as strong as her. And instead of 2 years, make it 3 months?
Okay, so you still wanna go challenge Alba, but if you
No,
no
not Abba, her secondant.
her second, what do you mean?
Secondant, the person that the okay, if there's a main person in charge, they always have a right hand. That's a secondant in military.
Oh, okay, okay, I see what you mean. Okay, you wanna fight the second person? Like, what do you? What about all of you three back there? Do you agree to these terms instead?
Hold on, give me a second. I'm trying to like
Yeah.
move my
Your
character.
diplomacy
Now I
sucks
can't
out.
move my character. Hold on,
I
give me a
mean,
second.
I'm
Yeah.
down to fight.
Oh my god, now I can't move my character. Are you serious? Okay. Anyways, we'll just say
Yeah,
I move up.
You're
Let's just say I move.
Okay, I'll
Yeah.
move you because the roll turn has been dumb.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Let's just say that I walk up and I do added. I want to add something. So if Oates is
I
going
do
to be fighting.
reaction. I do your reaction, and I close his mouth with my fist.
No, I want to fight as well. I want to throw hands. I need
Okay,
to fight
okay.
someone.
Okay. So, so you're gonna roll. You're gonna go reflex, Otzi, and then Cheetah, you roll me acrobatics.
Acrobatics. Okay. Second. Shit. Where is it? Get to it. Okay, that's a high reflex save. Okay, come on, acrobatics. Don't fail me now.
Yep. No, you don't manage to shut Cheetah out. So, Cheetah, what do you want to say?
Okay, I was gonna say instead of letting Oates fight by himself, let me fight alongside him. And like it's he said, we can fight the second hand man instead of the first, and then lessen the penalty. But instead of like 3 months, how about make it 1? And if it's not too much,
It was
make it 0.
originally 2 years. 3 months is nothing in comparison. My dude, my diplomacy is good. Yours sucks. As far as like
No,
experience wise.
What about you, Amber? Tommy, what do you want to say against this?
I got high diplomacy. It's just the stupid shit I say.
You're right.
Sure.
Amber, Tommy.
I agree to help fight. I'm down.
Tommy?
Tommy wants to die.
I don't know.
The Ember Frost says 696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969696969
Okay. So between, are you guys gonna try to either agree to these terms, or are you gonna try to pursue a lorry that this is not the right action? Any of you?
I join in just because I want to fight, but then I try to convince her to put it to 0 instead of 3 months.
Amber?
Yeah,
Did you say
I
you're
just
also
tried
willing to fight?
diplomacy with her
Sure.
to make it from 2 years to 3
Okay.
months.
Kotomi?
This man.
Yeah.
Yeah? Alrighty then. Okay. So, Lori, it's gonna face palm so hard, and she's gonna go talk to the second in command and tell him the ordeal. And then she comes back and says, okay, so, with that, all of you 4 are gonna go into a fight with the second in command to try to clear your quote-unquote misdeeds. But at the same time, and you guys lose, it's gonna be 250 gold each, plus 3 months of servitude to the Korea Brigade each.
Oh, it was 3 months if you lose. I thought it was 3 months if you win. Okay, never mind.
No,
never mind. Yeah, you
lose.
say I started my-
I want
So
you to
it will be
200
a
gold.
combination of 3, 6, 9, 12, a total of a year and 2 months for all of you combined of free service to the Korean Brigade. If you guys lose,
So 3 months.
no,
Normally.
a year and 2 months for all 4 of you, all combined. Oh God.
That's a weird number. Okay.
I would like to use my diplomacy skill to haggle it down to 0 gold each and 6 months.
Also, can I assist Oates with a diplomacy, extra diplomacy as well?
Oh my God. Any of you also want to help with diplomacy?
I mean, I already said I'd agree to 200 gold in 6 months.
Yeah, that's because you're weird.
It was originally
Oh,
200 gold in 2 years, bro.
Oh my God. But now
A
it's
year- Do you
combined.
know
So it's
how
gonna be
long a year
combined.
in a D&D would take if Lily feels like it? We would die.
It's called time skip. Bruh.
Oh my God. I just feel sad for Rocket. He's gonna wait for you outside. I don't know. Oh, God.
Yeah, just wait.
Yeah.
We wait 2 years for us, Rockin.
Rocket, do you have anything to say to the shenanigans? These guys are trying to fight and also might end up on jail for like a couple of years, but also servitude for like
I mean,
2
I'm
years.
not there. I don't know any of this. I know this as a player. I don't know this as a character.
Oh
I'm
my
just out
God.
and about doing jobs.
Oh my God. Okay.
I have no idea that you've gotten in trouble again. If I do learn about it, I'm just gonna go, really?
Okay.
Oh, I know. How about we include Rockin' in on it?
No,
shut the
do
hell
not
up.
put the Rockin' on this.
Rockin
Okay. So you guys wanna do try to convince her
Yes.
to lower the sentence from like a year combined to like, what is it?
I said
3
6
months?
months and 0 gold each if we win.
What? No, if we lose.
6?
If we
If you
lose,
lose,
Yeah,
if you
sorry,
lose.
Sorry, sorry.
fuck
Oh
me.
my god, no. No, you still need to pay. You need to pay the fine.
Okay, 150. And
Each?
6 months.
No,
Okay, that
150 and 1 month.
That was the original deal. You. Oh my god, you guys.
No, it was 150 and fucking 2 years was the original deal. Or
Yeah, that was the
202
original
years.
deal. 2 years.
Fuck me.
How about 1
We have
month?
still,
Just 1 month.
we have to go.
No, it's not gonna work. And so, do you agree to pay 150 gold each, plus the 6 months each?
Yes.
If you guys
Yes.
lose,
Okay, under one more condition.
Oh my god.
what
If
condition?
if we lose, after the 6 months, we can work longer so we can earn the gold to pay the debt off.
Yeah, that's like 600 gold.
You know, guards literally earn a shit ton per day, right? Like 20 gold per day.
In this world?
In generally in D&D and Pathfinder.
Not in this world.
Damn.
I think it's still better to work as a guard. Instead of trying to get gold.
Well, I don't know about you, but I think Rockin is almost about to get 10 gold, or I could be misremembering. Anyways, so
And I had 5 gold, but I spent it. But now I have 5
yeah, there
gold
you go.
again. So
Yeah, there we go.
I've earned it back.
Okay. So do you guys agree to those terms? 150 each, and then 6 months each. If you guys lose.
Against the secondant.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fine with that.
What about you, Kutumi?
Make it 120 and yes.
Sure.
Oh dear God. No, it's 150 each. You guys lose.
Can I roll diplomacy or not?
For when?
For haggling.
I think the only one can haggle at the moment will be Kotomi. Because he has the feet for it.
It's gonna fail, or you know it.
What if you all assist?
You went?
Fine. Fine, whatever.
You want me to do
Alright
it?
then.
Nah, fuck it.
Alright.
It's gonna fail and Lily's gonna make it 350.
Let's move you to this location, prepare a ring, and let's just use this one as the battlefield. And you guys move your characters?
I cannot.
Oh my god,
I
fucking
can move
roll
my character,
20.
but I can't.
I'm not even.
I can put it in, but I can't move it. Give me a second.
Yeah, I also can't move it.
Why does it do this? I hate this. Why is it not allowing you to move your characters?
Can I draw?
Okay, let
Okay, I
me
can still draw.
reload.
I can draw.
As
Yeah.
long as you guys can roll and everything, I guess I can just put your sound location. Rocket, if you're still there, can you just put your character anywhere? You're just gonna be a spectator.
I'm just gonna be like, okay, what's going on here? Oh, well, I guess I'm watching this.
Oh,
You
there's
cannot
Kutumi.
even move your character, Kutami, neither.
No.
Okay, let me do something. Let me just delete all of y'all, and let me click and drag into it. You, and
What?
you. Can any of you move your characters?
No.
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 Oh my god, fucking roll 20. I hate that.
Yeah.
And maybe one more.
Something's wrong.
Oof, the tabletop.
Breaking again.
Okay. I think I made tokens for all of these characters, so I'm just gonna have the second in command. with his stew. Neat. Okay. Okay. It's gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Okay. Let me stop this music now. Okay, so for this thing, it's gonna be fun and hilarious because I don't have a specific character sheet for this. Because thank you guys, Jesus Christ.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh my god, done exactly. Damn. Lord. Oh, freaking good. Okay, you guys are gonna start getting prepared. I guess I'm just gonna fill in. But you already hear what's happening, Reckon. So I just give you that knowledge into your brain, but so you know that your friends
I've
are
just been
gambling.
informed on it.
Yep.
And I'm just like, I'm doing what the frog girl is doing, pinching my nose, eyes, and where my glasses would be. Just.
Yep, exactly. Yep, they're doing all that. And also, Rocket, I don't know if I tell you, but you guys now have a playlist, and it will play whenever you guys are in the combat.
Oh, okay. Where's the playlist?
Here you go, just send it to you. Boop.
Okay.
What? Where? What? Huh?
Here's the playlist. Boop, boop.
Ah.
Fine.
Really? Why not use my music?
Because it's the 80s. We need 80s music.
How is it?
This is 80s music.
Yep.
I made some special music for the D&D and
Maybe I'm not sure what 80s music you listen to, but it is very 80s.
Where is it? 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 Is it there? Is it here? No, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
My leg. My leg.
My leg!
My leg! Yeah.
Imagine the
Oh my
battle
god, where
starts,
can I find the character sheet? What the fuck?
and the second hand, a man just immediately blitzes us all and it slices our leg in 1 second.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Okay. All the things I do for love. Let's go.
Be right back. I just need to toilet.
Okay, well, he goes poop and peep. You guys wanna click on again and let me just refresh the initiative. Hold on. Whoop. Right, click on your characters and roll initiative.
Huh?
Limit, I can't click on my character. It doesn't let me.
Oh, I forgot about that. Okay, just roll initiative. I just had to add you manually. 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right. Give me 1 second. Gotta roll. Sorry.
So,
Let's go. Let's do it.
12. Then we have
Yeah.
26. Come on, let me type it.
Oh shit.
Why are you rolling in stealth? Do not roll with stealth.
I did it.
Again,
Oh
do
shit.
not roll with stealth.
Oh no, because it comes with my rogue. It comes with the rogue class. Like I got a rogue subclass, and it says I can roll with stealth.
All right, sure, whatever. I allow it, man. Okay, so I guess the only one missing is Oatsing. So, I mean, how you guys been? How you guys excited to fight these persons? These people?
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
God. Right, let me look it up. Let me look it up.
I am so nervous.
We'll be fine.
Hey, Lily, I got a question.
Mine.
Are we able to use items mid battle?
Yeah, sure, it will take some of your actions, but yes, you can.
Okay, gotcha.
I am charging my attack. The fuck?
Huh? What?
What?
What? What happened?
I don't know.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Are you ready to roll initiative? Okay, 14 got the outing. I hate why is it roll 20 not doing it. That is so weird.
Yeah, I cannot even select the character.
Yeah, no, it's all Borg. It's all Borg. So can I add a character into that one? Let me see. Can I just click and drag into there? No. Sorry.
Maybe.
Yeah.
The tomato thing, is that the reference to the Spanish tomato fight thing?
Yes, that's what happened. I think the only person that participated in this was Rocking.
Everybody, I'm sorry, the music got loud.
No, it is fine. They were. He was asking about the location where we are, and I told him that you are the only one that participated in this event.
Oh, the tomato throwing thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was just for the festival. I guess they just set it up again.
Oh yeah, because as you know, they are going to try to fight the career brigades to try to clear the name, but if they fail, you know. And you have to boop 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 boop. Okay. Okay, got that. God, I just had to wing most of it because I don't think I have enough time to do the whole attack. Okay, I guess we just go with that one for now. Let me forgot the other thing. Where is it? Oh, the damage die. That's what it is. Okay.
I mean, didn't we just agree to fight the second in command?
Yep.
Not these knights? Yes,
Yeah,
okay.
we did.
Just making sure. Just making sure.
Yeah, you guys agreed to fight the second in command. It will be by itself if it was only one person. But it's all for you.
Yep.
So
Regardless.
yeah. Okay, got that one. Okay, let me roll for the knight first. Here we go. Okay, that's for that one. I guess the other one, I'm just gonna use this one. I'm just gonna mostly wing it, more or less. Okay, so now let's just pause this like tranquil music and let's just play out your favorite playlist, which of course probably gonna get copyrighted by this BS. Gonna do random and let's get. Lol. Hopefully the bot does not track this. If not, I'm gonna be so screwed. The bot has to be deleted afterwards. Literally.
Really? You know what's not copyrighted? The music I made.
No, not allowed.
Wow.
Gonna start with
Wow.
this. Okay, and lastly, we're gonna roll for this guy. Okay, I didn't roll for the other one. Rip. Okay.
Beep, beep. I'm a sheep. I said beep, beep. I'm a
Okay.
sheep.
Initiative. There we go. All right. So at the very top, we got Cheetah. The fight has just begun. Where you wanna move? Because I guess I had to move you. Rip.
Okay. Okay, I know it's just us, but I'm still gonna take it safe. So I'm gonna go into my flaming stoke stance,
Okay.
and then I'm just gonna move. Let's see. Right,
Why did you
two-
add the knight, Lily?
One.
Hold on, let me make sure you got it. Okay, yeah, you guys can see
You
it.
added the
Okay.
knight to the thingy.
One. Okay, I'm gonna move over here.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Yeah. Boop.
Okay, and then I'm just gonna like take it slow.
Okay. So that's
Wait a
what
minute.
is it? How many movements can
2
you
actions.
move? 2 actions. Okay. And then you took that thing. So like, do you believe taking a stance is a free action?
Wait, say that again.
You're taking a stance is a free action, I think.
No, I thought it was an action.
Okay. So that's when you move twice. So that's 3.
Oh no. So the flaming stoke adds 5 to my movement speed, and
Okay.
my movement speed is 35. So I just moved.
Okay.
So there you go.
So you still have one more action. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna go on the defensive. I'm gonna defend. Defensive.
Okay. Okay. Now 26. I think that was Amber.
Okay.
Amber, what do you want to do?
Right. For my first 2 actions, I'm gonna cast Albatross Curse on the guy. I need a will save, please.
Which guy?
The guy. And if you
We're
need me to move
fighting one
closer,
person, Lily. You told us. We're fighting one person.
yeah.
Okay, if it was only one of you. Okay, I will save.
No. We agreed to fight the second in command, and that was
Yeah,
it.
second in command. Okay.
Yeah, not the 2 knights, just the second in command.
Okay,
This
fair
GM is
enough.
drunk. I swear to God.
Yeah. So you need a will save.
Yes, please.
Whoop. 29.
Fuck me. The target is unaffected. Fuck me.
Yep, and it's like immune for 1 hour.
No.
Ah,
You're just unaffected.
Okay. Anything else you want to
Yeah,
do?
if it was red, then it would be.
I want to move. 25 feet. I want to move to the.
Okay.
Please.
Whoop.
Thank you. That is my turn.
Okay, so now it's the old guy's turn. He's gonna go whoop and whoop right here in front of Chile. He's gonna start swinging the sword. Of course, it's gonna be like non-lethal because it doesn't want to kill you guys. So, and I roll whoop. That's a 29.
Does a 12 hit?
All right, yeah,
29
sorry,
is-
12. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong place.
29.
I
Jesus,
thought,
you don't
sorry,
do
I
that.
was looking at the wrong one. Sorry. Okay, now and I'm gonna swing one more time. 19.
That's,
See
okay.
that?
Yep.
All right, so you take 6 damage.
6 damage. Okay, I got you. So,
Yeah.
so
And I guess that'll
that's-
be the turn. All guards are just gonna stand there and watch. Because I guess you guys are only fighting him, so that's fair. Whoop, whoop. And who was 12 on the roll? I just hard to see.
It was me.
Okay, what do you wanna do, Kotomi?
Hey, I was 14. How is 12 before 14? Hey.
Oh, you were 14. Okay, so it's your turn now, I think.
Yeah, this is confusing, isn't it? When you can.
Yeah, well, you cannot see who's next. Yeah.
This is a very good question, Lily. What would I like to do? Can I just shout, I surrender?
If you want to,
What?
sure.
I just wanted to see Cheetar's reaction because. No, I'm gonna do that.
But remember, if you surrender, you still have to pay the 150 gold and work as the Korean Brigade servant for 6 months. Or guard, whatever you want to call it.
I do this.
Shield?
Yep.
Okay. So you get plus 1 AC. Okay, anything else?
That's one movement.
Okay, silent charge.
Oh, I cannot dash to him, but yeah, just here.
Yes, there we go.
Okay, so you charge to him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're gonna charge right behind it, right?
Indeed.
Okay, okay, so roll damage then, roll an attack. And what do you want to use, your horns or your axe?
Of course I use my axe.
All right. 19. No, it misses.
Different.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so now we go with Kotomi. What do you want to do, Kotomi?
Is this really 30 feet?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yep.
Okay, I want to go there,
Okay.
and I'm going to use water bullet. Oh,
It misses. It misses.
Damn.
Guys, we're not
That's
having
okay.
a water gun fight.
Okay. All right, back to you, Cheetah. What? The master is in front of you. Wait, who rolled 26? Was that Amber? I think it was Amber.
That was
Okay.
me. Yes.
Okay, so what do you
Okay.
want to do?
I'm going to use 2 flashing sparks, and yes, I want this to include fire damage crit. Oh shit!
Both
Damn.
of them misses.
And now let's go ahead and turn tail and run to dodge the attack. Let's see. Let's go.
Gauge.
Right there.
He probably has attack of
Okay.
opportunity.
Yep. So you just want to book it? You don't want to disengage?
Disengage.
Oh,
He
yeah.
probably has attack of opportunity. Disengage.
Oh yeah. Okay. Disengage.
All right. So by disengage, you just move like 5 feet away from it, and I think that will be the end of your turn because you attacked twice.
Okay. Okay.
All right. We go back to him. Amber, what do you want to do?
Shit.
Okay. Well, after that one failed, Can I say, if you rolled one less, I would have got he would have been stupefied for a round.
Wow.
Just fun fact.
Oh,
Wait, say that again.
Nothing. Right. So for my first action, blazing bolt. That's
No,
9 damage. No,
it's
it auto hits. It auto hits. It's 9 damage.
it's out
Do
of
I make a
hit.
spell attack roll? Oh wait, Swift. Does a 22 hit?
Nope, it does 9.
Fuck me. Okay. And I will then cast. Hmm,
What level do you cast this anyways? 1, 2, or 3?
It's a second level spell.
Okay.
I'm then gonna cast this again. Give me that will save.
A
Give me
will
that
save?
save. Yes.
26.
You are stupefied for 1 round. Stupefied 1 for 1 round.
What is this stupid? Oh, stupefy.
Yes.
well, are we playing
One.
Harry Potter?
Yes. Okay.
All right, there we go. It is done.
That is my turn.
Alrighty. Look at now. It's gonna go and I guess it's gonna see who will start attacking it. So it's gonna move to where you are. It's gonna start attacking you.
Okay.
Wait, does stupefy got anything or just -2 things? I think just gives -2 things, right?
Give me a sec.
Uh, it just
Let me-
for when I click it, it only gives me negative to occultism, crafting, and society.
You take a status penalty equal to. So you take a status penalty equal to the stupefied value to intelligence, wisdom, and charisma-based rolls and DCs, which include will saving throws, spell attack modifiers, and spell DCs. And any attempt to cast a spell will you need to do a flat check.
Okay. So because this guy doesn't have like literally no spells, it's just gonna start swinging.
Okay, that's
That's
fine.
a 26 hit.
Yes.
I mean 18. 18, sorry,
Yes,
18.
Oh fuck! Oh.
18.
Yes, that hits.
All right. And then it's gonna swing one more time up. 22.
Yeah, that hits as well.
So take a total of 18 damage.
Yep. Done.
Are you down?
No.
Okay.
No. Huh.
All right. So after that, it's gonna be the guards, and the guards just gonna keep looking around. They're just gonna move.
Oh, Lily, wait, because my strike, that's plus. Oh wait, no, sorry, I didn't end the range. Never mind, never mind.
Okay, your turn now, T. What do you wanna do?
Yeah, where's my shield?
Oh, by the way, this song that is playing right now, if you listen to it, it was by your favorite paladin name. I mean, favorite paladin Mordic, the Spanish one.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
All right, so what are you doing, I think?
I move. Again.
Uh-huh. You want to move like over here, over here. Okay. Uh-huh. Hmm?
How do you roll with advantage? It's just this basically 2 rolls, right?
Yeah, basically
Yeah.
2 rolls.
I do this.
Hmm?
And I do this with advantage. Does 24 hit?
No, it does not hit.
What
The
the
guy's
fuck?
flat-footed.
Oh,
He's
it's
flanked.
left. Oh,
He's
okay,
flanked.
okay.
Wait, say that
Does a
again.
24
Left.
All
does
right,
it-
it's flank.
does a 24
So,
hit if he's flanked?
okay. So, how much does that reduces the AC, or is it like
It's -1.
it's just -1?
Yeah, it's just -1.
It still does not hit.
Fuck me. Okay.
Anything else? Anything else you wanna do, Artsy? You have one more action.
Hmm. Can I try to blind him with this spell?
Mhm.
Can I try to blind him with this spell?
Not exactly. No, with that spell you just cast a bright light. That's all you do.
Hmm.
Anything else you wanna do? Or that will be the end of your turn. Also, while we're waiting for Otzi to decide, Rocket, you wanna cheer for your friends, or you just watching?
Guess I'm just sitting there with my fox watching. Are there any stands like selling food?
Yeah. So this is like
Get
a
some
whole
popcorn.
event. There's like several people of the village coming around, cheering, screaming, yelling. It's just imagine like a football event. Everybody's just happy, cheering, and watching the whole event happening.
Okay. I see if I can buy some popcorn.
Fair. You get a bag with popcorn.
If I attack with a different weapon, do I roll as a second or no?
No. If you attack with a different weapon, you don't attack with disadvantage. Because it's
Okay.
a different attack. So, nope, it was not hit. Alright, now we got to Katomi. Katomi, what do you want to do?
Electric arc.
Me eating my popcorn.
Katomi.
I just casted it.
Oh, sorry, I was not paying attention. Electric arc. Oh, okay, so the, what is it, reflex?
Yeah.
Daddy.
God damn.
And then um
And you guys wanted to find the main one.
I didn't want to fight any of them. I don't know what you're talking about. I shall
I'm talking about Amber here.
save.
To be honest, not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure we were fucked either way. So
I guess hold my action.
Sure, I guess. So now we go back to Cheetah. Cheetah, you see this happening. What do you want to do? Even though it looks old, the person in front of you is able to dodge a lot of the attacks.
Okay.
Oh my god. I just realized something. This whole time I've been rolling with an only now I have an axe, but I instead of my rank for axes is expert because of my barbarian thingy with the thingy.
Right.
I had rank untrained instead of expert. Great.
Okay.
I'm dumb. Oh well.
Let's take a look. Okay. I'm gonna move close. So basically I'm gonna take that one square spot to make it there we go.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna strike again with the same thing. 1, 2. And I want both want fire damage, yes.
None of them hit.
Okay. Wait. Before you start. Wait. Before you start.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, okay, now we go to, what is it, Ember?
Me. Yep.
Yep.
Okay, I cast Lay on Hands on myself,
Nice.
and then I cast Armor of Thorn and Claw on myself.
Oh. It rubs the
It's-
skin scales whenever a creature touches you or hits you with a melee unarmed attack. It does 1 piercing damage.
Yep,
Okay.
it'll be fine.
Wait, is it melee unarmed attack or it's just attacks in general?
It's melee unarmed, but I don't plan on. I have a different plan for that.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. Okay. So with that done, okay. So since he knows he's around, it's like what's call it? Surrounded by all of you. The captain is gonna do something that resembles kind of familiar for all of you players.
I did a nimble dodge add plus
Yes.
plus 2 on mine. All right. I called it out
What?
before you did.
Nibble dodge? What the fuck?
It just adds plus 2, like it adds plus 2
Oh, okay,
AP.
okay.
But and I have to do it before you say the act. So yeah.
I want to give it an idea what the guard is doing, and the second in command is doing something like this. It's gonna roll because I don't have nothing to like set it up properly. It's just gonna roll it once, and if it hits you, let me know. It's gonna be against all of you guys. Okay?
Okay.
Fuck me.
There you go.
Oh god.
That crits.
That crits.
That
Okay.
crits.
What about
For me,
you,
that's just
China?
normal damage.
Wait, how that for me it doesn't crit. No.
No, okay. Kotomi?
My AC's 19.
So yes, that crit.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
How does it crit if it's 19?
It's your AC plus 10.
Mhm.
Anything above that is a crit.
Anything plus your 10 is a crit.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. So how does let me just quick side. Okay. How does attack work? I know how damage works. How does the attack work?
So so let's just say your AC. Anything attack that is over 10 of your AC is a crit. So
Okay.
because you have your reaction nibble dodge, you have your AC plus 2, I believe.
Yep.
Right. So your
Yep.
AC, what is it? 19, 21, right?
No, it was 21 and now plus 2. It's 23.
Okay, so you choose Mr. Crit. So Kotomi, Amber, and I think Otzi take the crit. Let me double check.
I'm AC 20.
Yes. you do.
Yeah, you do take the credit. So all three of you, Otzi, Kotomi, and Amber take 16 damage, but Biochita only takes 6.
Okay.
So how you guys hanging? How you guys doing?
Great.
Dying.
And for that, I don't remember what did I need to roll to do that thing again. All right, it was acrobatics. It was against what was it? Do you remember what was it, Ember? When I used the to jump over enemies?
Intimidate.
Depending which way you go, it'll be their reflex. It'll be a
Alright,
reflex.
I'm gonna go right behind you.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Okay, your
I mean, you
reflex.
fail.
Okay, fail. Okay, perfect. At least
I can
it
roll it
tried.
if you want.
Yeah, you go. No, that's fine. It fails. Okay, so
Yeah.
I guess so. That's I would say that's all. That's all he can do. In the meantime,
Okay.
we hear the crowd cheering and yelling and everything. So now it is 14 Otis' turn.
Yeah, because I had chosen the wrong fucking expertise on my axe. I was doing the wrong damage. So
Right.
hopefully now this helps. Okay. Pachum.
Mine is what I have. Nope, that does not hit.
What in the flying fuck?
So close. You're just missing like one more point.
Okay, he's got 30,
But
30 AC.
since we are
Ish.
surrounding him, doesn't he lose like 2 AC?
He
Lily
loses
just said
1.
28.
One.
Yeah, so 29.
Mm-hmm.
28.
No, you're missing it by 1. It's already at -1, which put it to a
Yeah.
28. That's 29.
Anything else you want to do?
To be fair, you only rolled a 14 there.
Did I get the battle axe from Tita?
I know you just got the great axe, not the battle axe.
Does Tita still have it?
Yeah, but I don't think he handed over to you. But he doesn't have it on him.
Have it on me.
Do you have it on you?
I
Why the hell are you carrying that everything? I thought you only took your stick. I remember you only took your stick and then put everything else in the bush.
No,
Shit. Okay.
Yeah,
no,
you
he
did
took
that.
everything. No, he took everything that's ours.
No, he only took his stab and put everything else on the bush.
Yeah, but he took our weapons.
No, he only took his weapon. And hand you over the axe, the great axe. That's all he did.
Oh. Well, shit.
Okay, so anything that you want to do, you still have 2 more turns.
Oh, wait a second. I don't take 16 damage. I forgot I have a shield.
What are you talking
Wait, how
about?
much? Shield, this. So how does this work? You have to help me with this one.
It was at 32, so you only have 1 more, so you still get the crit regardless.
Yes, but I take less damage by what, 5 or
No.
more than 5?
No,
No.
it depends. So I don't remember how it works, but shields
Wait,
do
it's-
have HP values. But I think they just add 1 AC.
But the shield hardness is 5, so doesn't it get it?
Okay, so
to-
let me read you what it says. With the spell in effect, you can use the shield block reaction with your magic shield. The shield has a hardness of 5. You can use the spell reaction to reduce the damage from any spell or magic effect, even if it doesn't deal physical damage after you use shield block. The spell ends and you can cast it again in 10 minutes. I don't know if that helps. You know.
And the heightened +2 is that to cast a higher version of it, or
Yes.
oh, so
At
it takes
3rd
3
level.
action. Okay.
But the +1 to AC is if you use it at the end of your turn every turn. You used it in the first turn. I didn't see you use it on your second turn.
Yep.
And she has hardness 5. So how does that work? The hardness.
So the hardness is the amount you reduce the damage by, but because this is magic, this is a magical shield, it reduces the damage of spells.
It's
Oh,
spells.
so okay. So okay.
Yeah.
So it doesn't affect physical ones.
You can use the spell's reaction to reduce the damage from any spell or magical effect. So yeah.
Can I try to kick him off balance?
I mean, yes, you can. You can try.
What do you want me to roll?
I would say you had to roll like another attack. Yeah. I think, right?
I'm trying to get him off balance by a different action than attacking, though.
Okay,
I
so
think
how
that
do you want to do it?
is.
Hmm?
I think there is a shove.
Mm.
So yeah,
Mm.
there is a shove action. Oh,
Yeah.
it just put the target. It pushes this target back 5 feet. Isn't? Oh, is it? No, it's trip. Is
I
what he
think it
wants.
is trip, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, trip.
Mm.
So. Yeah, he won't be a size larger. Attempt an athletics check against the target's reflex DC.
Yeah.
So it's 10 plus whatever the guy's reflex is, which I think is 11, 12.
So what is it? The reflex? Where do I look at that again? On the character sheet?
So Oatsy needs to do a
Athletics?
check. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
and it's against his basic DC, which is 10 plus whatever whatever his reflex modifier is.
Okay. 10 plus the what is it? 19?
I think it's
No.
14.
14? Yeah, 14.
Yeah, 14. So 24. You got to be
Yeah.
at 24.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
he did.
okay. Oh, he
29.
did. Okay.
Yeah. So he's prone,
Oh, he's prone at the moment. Yep.
and he takes one. Oh wait, no, it's just a success. Yeah.
Yeah.
he
It's
lands
just
Yeah.
prone.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, will be
What does prone do again?
in other words, after it's prone, you should be able to do damage to it, or does it only reduce the AC?
So you're off guard, which is
Yeah,
a
off guard.
-2 circumstance bonus to AC
Okay.
penalty. Yeah, so it's now 27,
Yep.
and he also has a -2 to hit,
Mm-hmm.
and oh yeah, he has a +4 to AC against range attacks.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Okay.
so that's
So that will be, what is it? 1, 2 actions, I think.
Yeah, one more technically.
One more.
What do I want to do? What do I want to do, guys?
I don't know.
Well, fuck it. I'll try. Oh, what the fuck? I hit.
you hit. God damn.
Yeah, you hit. But what do you do? What is the damage? What happened to the damage?
I don't know. I just clicked the second button of the great attacks because you had the second attack.
Don't click it. Yeah,
clicked-
just do that one. There we go. 8 damage.
Oh.
It's better.
Yeah.
Oh,
It just take 8 damage.
finally. Holy
Nice.
shit. Finally.
Alrighty. Okay, now we move to Kutami. Kutami, what do you want to do? You see that the guy in front of you is taking damage. And
Electric
he's
arc.
prone. Okay, do I take a penalty on reflexes?
It doesn't.
Doesn't say anything about reflexes.
If
I
a
would
roll
imagine it does.
It doesn't. It just doesn't say.
Alright, reflex.
If,
32 reflex.
okay, so he still takes half damage.
Okay,
Just saying.
so that's at 2 damage.
And then I still have the extra action from my last turn, right?
Yeah, you still have it.
Yeah. Okay, then I do it again.
Sure. Oh, this time it fails. It takes 7 damage.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
So much chip.
Nice. Alrighty. Okay, the guys. I'm just gonna let me see, 30. Oh wait, yeah.
It's my
Oh,
turn.
that was Cheetah. What do you want to do?
Okay. I'm gonna
I'm gonna swap out my I'm gonna swap out my stance, and then I'm gonna use
Okay.
my bow staff.
Your bow stuff.
Let's
Okay.
see. Yes.
Come on, Gina.
6. God damn.
Oh.
Okay, this is hilarious. So this is what's gonna happen. Roll the bow stab damage attack one more time.
Just roll the damage one more time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, 7.
Cheetah.
So the
Cheetah,
bow
Cheetah.
stab, the
Wait a
bow
second.
stab is gonna hit that. It's gonna hit the armor of the guy. It's gonna bump back to you, and you're gonna take that damage.
Wait a second.
Right in your
before
face.
we
Oh my-
do that- Before we do that, Cheetah, just make sure I have this. You don't have the same thing I did, because you're trained with bow stuff, right? Aren't you?
Let me check my let me see.
And if yes,
Oh yeah. Wait. Let me
Harry.
see.
Oh, you have reach on a bow staff, by the way. Just saying.
Average.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can attack for like 10 feet away. Or
Yeah.
5?
Oh. Oh.
You don't
okay,
need to
okay,
be right. No.
okay.
Just something to note.
Hold on. I gotta open up my Wanderer's Guide real quick.
Okay.
I am almost 100% sure he had trained with the bow staff because he chose it as a weapon of choice. Something.
Yeah.
So he's probably doing the same thingy.
Oh,
where
okay,
I
there we
did
go. I changed it to
on-
train. There you go. Change it to train.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
And imagine if we had to fight both the guards too.
Oh my
Oh, no,
Okay.
what
I think we make Cheetah roll again since he was wrong.
No. No, I don't think you want to roll again. No. Eureka's meant for
come on.
7.
okay. I'm gonna move back.
Okay.
Let's see. Hold on, I can't fucking see. You said it's like it's reach, right? Okay, so
Yeah.
1, 2, right here.
Is it 5 feet or is it 10 feet? I think it's only 5 feet, right?
10.
Sweep. Nice. That's it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, reach. This weapon can be used to attack enemies up to 10 feet away instead of only adjacent to the enemy. The creature reach, the weapon increase. Okay, so it just increases the reach, so you'll be able to attack it from like 10 feet away.
Gotcha.
Yeah. All right. Anything else you want to do?
I gotta use up all my actions because I used it to swap out the stance.
Okay, makes sense. Okay. All right. Now the guards are still gonna be moving around, still looking at everything, not exactly doing anything. Okay. Now for one of us, it's gonna it's gonna stand up one more time. So do I need to roll something for standing up or no?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think it's
Perfect.
just
I think
half
it's-
movement.
I think
Also,
it's an
didn't you
action, but
Didn't you just skip my go?
Oh wait,
he
what?
did.
Oh, you're the next one
Oh,
after
yeah.
after Amber. Okay, sorry. It's hard to tell with no character picture in there.
Take
Sorry.
100 health off that guy. Now.
Really, just take a pen, just write it on the map whose number is who. It might be easier to,
Is that a way I can modify it from here? No.
I don't think so. No.
Yeah, it doesn't tell me.
Right.
Boy.
I'm writing it.
Yeah.
Who's 26?
Amber,
Me.
go.
It's
Me is
me.
who?
Amber. Fuck
Mhm.
you. Yeah. Okay. After the great turn that was last turn, I will be casting. Oh. Wait. I'm casting heal on myself.
Okay.
For 8 health.
Okay.
Then
He was Kotomi.
have you taken damage, Katomi?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, you did. I'm then going to cast Lay on Hands on Kotomi, so
Okay.
6 health and 2 AC.
Okay.
And I'm then going to.
You could heal me as well if you want. I mean, I'm the only one who can deal damage to him, I think. And actually, no, Kotomi as well.
True. Okay, oh wait, no, I'm out of actions. Well, I'm not out of action. I have one action. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's my turn.
All
That's
right,
my turn.
perfect. Okay, now again, if it's
What was
everybody's
Cheetah's-
around me,
What was Cheetah's number roll? Initiative?
30.
30.
Gary.
Yeah.
30? Oh,
It's
Kotami
gonna
is
do
what number?
the same thing again.
I'm 12. I'm after
Oh,
you.
fuck off.
Okay, so
Okay.
who gets critical? Who doesn't get critical?
Can you turn me sideways, please?
Okay, no problem.
How far is it?
What?
Am I
It's,
safe?
yeah, you're safe. You're fine. It doesn't have reach.
You find
Yeah.
you only reach about like a 5 meter around him. So Kotomi,
Like,
you get a plus 2
is it
AC.
a crit?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he also has
No.
a -2 to attack. So.
Oh, he has a -2 to attack. Because he
Yeah,
just
'cause
got up.
he's still prone, yeah. Oh,
No, he got up. He got
never
up.
mind. Okay, he doesn't. No,
He
it's
doesn't
yeah.
have prone. No, he's not prone.
I mean, it's still a crit for me, but I
Okay.
was hoping.
I think Kotomi saves it. How much AC do you have, Kotomi? Plus 2.
That would be 21.
Okay. Oh God, you got to be kidding me! You still get crit. You got hit by a 24.
Then I'm downed.
Alright, Kotomi's down to. Otzi, what is your AC?
I'm still alive.
No, what is your AC? I mean.
I'm still alive.
So you took the 24 damage.
Yes, I am still alive.
Okay, perfect. Alrighty, that will be the end of the end of his turn. So now we go all the way to back to Cheetah.
Okay.
Just do some shit.
Hold on.
Why'd you skip Utsi?
If the guys are
Oh
down,
right, didn't you say you're down?
I'm not down.
12 is down, not 14.
Oh right, 14.
I'm not
Otzi,
down.
Otzi, it's your turn. What do you wanna do?
Down. What are you doing?
Sorry again, it's hard to tell because I don't have no little icons to see who's who.
I have a question. What sort of sword is he using?
At the moment, he's not using a little weapon, so he's using like a really sturdy carbonite sword.
Okay. Okay.
So you guys are just knocked unconscious. Then you guys are not taking like lethal damage.
Yeah, because non-lethal attacks with a lethal weapon have like a -5 attack thing, which is stupid. But yeah, okay.
It's already
I was
it's already adding it.
So you mean to say that we technically you two should
No.
not be down? Why am I lagging?
It's why I was checking.
Oh.
But yeah, she's using a
Non-lethal, non-lethal.
Fuck knows.
Oh my god.
Look, man. I was pretty much dead either way.
Again, I was not expecting you to go this route, so don't blame me.
What the fuck happened? Why is everybody down?
The fun.
Because I got crit.
I looked away for 1 second. I see 2 guys down. Oh my god, we're dead.
Okay, Otzi, your turn. What do you want to do? What does it say up there? Cheetah, 30 cheetah, 12 koto? What the fuck? Okay, oh, you're riding up there. Okay, well, what the fuck is right? Okay.
My god.
Here to the end of the night. Oh my god, the music fits so well. It's got okay, elemental rage. Okay, good.
Sorry, wrong button.
You keep
pull
pressing
back.
elemental rage.
How out there? Constitution. What's my constitution?
Oh, something went wrong.
1. Where?
So
I get 4 temp points. Hmm.
We're done.
Mm-hmm.
Stinky DM. What the fuck? Why me? What did I do? Lol. Da, na, na, yeah.
Okay,
You've
so I
done
have 4
everything.
extra damage.
Well,
I choose, of course, to trip him.
okay. Okay, so for that, you had to do an athletics versus my reflex. Does not help. So does not
Wait,
cause
it
the trip.
wasn't against reflex, it was against something else, no?
No.
Oh.
What? Trip?
Yeah,
No,
trip,
it
yeah.
was against reflex.
Okay.
So that will be elemental rage, and then the tree. That's 2 actions.
Yes.
Or yeah, okay. Anything else you wanna do?
Yes.
Oh.
That's plus
Not
4,
bad.
remember? Rage. Plus 4.
Plus 4 on what? On damage or attack roll?
Damage.
So that will be 19 damage? Okay.
Yep.
You managed to do the damage. Let me see. Pa, 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 pa. So
It's
we...
172.
What do you mean?
Oh, fine.
The health. Not to spoil anything. The guy had
Oh,
200
yeah.
health.
Yeah. So,
Wait,
and then minus 4. So,
Yeah.
Or in minus 4, plus 4.
there he goes. All right. Anything else you want to do?
That's all my actions.
Okay, that's it. Alrighty. So, we go all the way down. Kotomi's down. So now we go to Cheetah.
Who drew a penis?
Huh?
What do you want to
Who drew a
do?
penis?
Okay. I hope I don't do this
What are,
shit.
what
Okay.
are you guys doing up there? I see you guys. Start drowning the
Both
thing.
staff. Okay.
Nope, it does not hit.
How about one more time?
Nope.
Doesn't. Okay. Well, now this is just some bullshit. Okay, hold on. About to. Okay, I'm about to put more distance.
Hey, don't put words in my mouth. I'm not saying.
Wow.
Erase that.
Wait, let me see. Hold on, let me see.
There you go. Okay, but wait till I actually want to make a round for you.
Actually, nah. Let me go ahead with both staff one more time.
Nope, it does not hit.
Well,
What the fuck? Okay.
Okay, so we go down back to the little guy, and then it's gonna do the same thing that you've been doing to him, Martin. So he's gonna run me a reflex save. No, 17.
I don't wanna.
Oh, come on.
Oh, come on. You're gonna be. Oh, you fail! You're prone now. You're prone. So your disease get reduced by what? How many? 1, 2 points? 1? Oh, no, it was 2, right? Yeah, it was 2. So with that done, it's gonna go ham on it. It's just gonna go whoop and whoop. Okay.
Fuck my life.
So I believe your AC, what is it, 20? So now you take a total of 16 damage.
No. It's 30.
What do you mean it's 30?
I'm joking. It's 20.
Okay, so minus the prone, so that's 19. So if I'm doing this correctly, the first one is critical. The second one is not. So you take a total of 19 damage.
Oh wow! So I have 1 HP left. Amazing.
Now the guy's gonna look at you and say, "Do you yield?" Pointing the sword at you, as you are prone.
Wait, who's he saying that to?
It's saying it to Outing.
OC, do not yield. I got a trick up my sleeve.
Gunnar, can you guys stop threatening the boy? Oh my god. Hey, Jesus Christ.
I'm not saying this is wrong, but why does the cat have turds?
Wait, what the huh?
You drew that.
Oh
Free
my
the
god.
nipples.
Like, Oti, why do you respond? Do you yield? You do not yield.
I grabbed the sword.
Sure, the cat head. I didn't
With
draw
my
anything
arm.
else.
You grab the sword with your arm, okay? And?
And you squeeze it.
I
Your hands
yes.
bleed.
What the fuck?
Well, and I rise up and I say,
Uh-huh. You say...
I'm sorry, I'm thinking.
Okay, what you think? The guards are gonna come and pick up Katomi and Ember and drag them off the field.
Okay.
In the name of the truth, I will not yield.
Okay, that sounds a little bit anticlimactic, but okay, it's just gonna give you a bonk in the head and take your last HP. You're not, bro. You're not unconscious. Bonk. There you go. Thank you for the help. Alright, now as the guards go, we go back all the way around to Cheetah. Cheetah, what do you want to do?
Okay. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna use all three of my actions like this, okay?
Okay.
And you're gonna die.
One. Okay. I'm gonna move behind him. I'm gonna move behind him.
Okay. So you wanna do move behind me? You have to roll acrobatics against what is in my reflex.
Acrobatics or reflex.
Yeah, no, you do roll acrobatics. It has to go against my reflex to let you pass.
Okay.
So roll
Okay.
acrobatics.
Okay. Well. Okay. Okay. Wait. Okay. I just let me move in front of him. Well, actually, no. Shit, bro. Okay. Okay. Let me see. This will acrobatics. Okay. Okay. Let's go. I move right behind
Okay,
him. There we go.
and reflex. Nope. You just stand in front of him.
Okay. That's okay. Now I want to put him in. I want to put him in a hold. Like I want to grip on him tightly.
Oh, you wanna grapple?
Yeah, grapple.
Let me see how does the grapple works again. I think you also have to do another. Okay.
If only someone thought of this earlier.
All right, it's gonna be the same thing. You have to roll athletics against my reflex, I believe. Grapple.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, against my 42. Against my 42. That's what it is.
Oh, okay. Real athletics against your phone. Okay.
Yeah, so roll
Oh my
athletics
fucking God.
against 42. Oh! Bits equals means. Oh my god, you managed to grapple me. And
Yes.
that's what I did.
Okay. Okay. Here's what I'm about to do. I'm about to use this. I'm about to force him to drink this and drink it myself.
Oh my god.
What? What?
Okay, I did not expect this at all.
Okay, hold on. How do
funny.
I roll this? I am
Force him to drink it. I'm gonna drink it myself.
You can't roll against this, Lily. He's bound. You can't roll against this.
Bro, I
I'm
want to see.
sacrificing myself, guys. I will make sure we win.
Oh, that's kind of funny.
What the fuck?
The best three
Oh my
silvers I've
God.
ever spent.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Okay,
Oh,
put the liquid on someone's foot or drink. Both the user and the interest have to drink on the same day for the effect of the lump to work.
I force him to drink it. No, I don't put it in nothing. I force him to drink it, and I drink some of myself.
Okay,
I
okay.
mean,
You move closer. You grapple, and now you're forcing it to drink it.
Yes.
Oh my! I'm gonna need some assistance. How do I? There's no way to counteract this, is it?
Just say
No.
yes.
Oh my god.
yeah, because
Okay,
all
we're
you'd have to
gonna.
do is plug your nose, and you'd have to breathe and open your mouth anyways.
Okay, makes sense. Okay, just for the sake of argument, let's just leave it for the rest of the dice to the side. So, Cheetah, roll me a d20.
Oh my god.
If
No.
it is over 10, it is
Okay.
successful. If it is below 10, it does not work.
Okay.
Oh,
Give me a second. Wait. Give me a second.
Run through, please, Amber, if you can.
Okay. Let's go.
Oh my
Hey.
fucking god! Immediately, the portion of both of you drink. Both of you fall in love with each other. And they become
Okay.
the makeup session in front of
my
the town audience. Everybody's looking at an awe. And you just see
cover
this
my
old
fox's
man.
eyes.
You see this old man and this cat person is muching going, oh man, you're so hot. Cheetah and the old man are just making out in front of the whole entire group of people.
He'll be mad.
Everybody is at an awe. Everybody's
dead.
very confused. At the
want to
same
make him
time,
out.
it started getting into over PG-13 rating, where both of them started to start taking off their clothes.
Oh.
The whole round ends up and an arbiters call it into a draw. Nobody won.
Okay.
Nobody loses. Oh my god, hold on. I guess we're just gonna call it right there. Oh god, my head just exploded. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh god. Oh god, that one is a plot twist. That was a good plot twist. Oh god, somebody left. Somebody fucking left.
No, someone played the sound.
Oh my god,
I
okay.
did-
God dang it. Oh god, and this music will start playing us right now. What the fuck? Take my breath away. I guess this is what's happening right now. This song starts playing. These two characters, Cheetah and the second in command, start making out. The whole feel for them turns into pink roses, kissing each other, watching into each other's eyes.
Really, stop it. I have
Oh,
a
God.
lack of imagination. Stop it.
Oh god. And you see these two guys kissing each other passionately in the middle of the whole field, where everybody's looking in at someone saying ew, children's laughing, and the guard is right next to everybody's like, what the fuck? Oh god. Oh god.
why is it gotta be a withdrawal? Why can't we have him withdraw? Like Cheetah could be like, "You love me, don't you? Won't you surrender?"
Oh
Why
my
can't we-
god.
Exactly. I think that was the idea.
Yeah, that was the idea.
No, the problem is that the whole match will be stopped by the referee because you cannot have this kind of thing in front of children. Come on.
Sorry.
Who invited children to a fight anyway?
So for you guys do not understand or do understand, Morna is the referee. Morna is always watching. Morna is following you guys every step of the way.
Uh-oh,
Isn't-
she's gonna report that to Alluri, Cheetah.
Yup.
Isn't
Wait,
Morn
what?
also
Yeah.
like 13 or something?
Oh my
Why?
Yes. Yes.
Why do you keep doing this, Lily? Why are you getting me to torture?
Libby, you gotta stop this. Come on.
Okay, let me just start the music. Oh my god, this is so fucking good. God dang it. Oh god.
Best part is I'm not
Oh.
even gonna know this happened because I'm knocked out.
Take my breath away. And the music is just fucking perfect. So karaoke song. This is on the Minds of Chira and the second in command. Take my breath away, Baba. Baba.
Oh, that's the song I put in.
Yeah, that's the song he's playing like right fucking now. Baba, watching every motion in the foolish lover's game. Jesus Christ.
Cinema.
Oh God.
Oh, wait.
Okay, I'm just gonna stop it. I'm just gonna stop it and send you guys the poor alert. Where is alert? God dang it.
I can hear Lily is not okay. That's for sure.
Oh God. No, where is it? Okay. God dang it. Okay, Cheetah, one more time. Roll me a d20.
Wait.
If it makes sense now on why I asked if we can use item. Oh.
Oh my God. Yeah, that
Hey,
makes
there
a
were
lot
no
more
rules.
sense.
There were no rules technically, so
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Oh my god. Wait, what I have to roll?
D20. D20.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh my god.
Please,
Threesome with Alluri.
Please. Oh
Okay,
my god.
6. Okay, with that said, the potion of love will last you a total of 6 days.
Oh, okay. 6. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That, actually, no, that's a good ending right there. 6 days. Okay. That's
I would have just
Okay, so all
Oh
of
my
you
God.
are back in the office. Rockin', can you just please drag and put your character somewhere in here?
I think we have the new meta. Everyone buy love potions.
Oh God.
Why am I being dragged in this?
Yeah, you're just here for a companionship. You're just here because you're just watching the shit show happening.
I don't
I'm,
want to do that.
I'm sitting over here. I'm just like,
I could buy like 30 of those potions. I got gold for it.
Oh my God.
I mean, do
Okay,
it.
so as you guys go back into the office, there's some weird sounds coming from the second in command. You just hear.
God. Guys, when I wake up, do not tell me anything that happened. Oh, no, you guys was like conscious. Well, Rockin', don't tell me nothing that happened.
And Amona is just completely red blush, explaining the whole situation to Alluri. Alluri is just like looking down on her desk with both hands on her side of her face, saying like, "Why did I do to this? Why did I do to deserve this? What did I do? What did I do?" Morna, Morna is just, it's just
she's like this.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Thank you, Rockin'. Thank you, Rockin'. Thank you.
And I'm just like,
oh my God. Yes, all that is correct. It's like, oh my God. That is like this is happening. Okay. Okay. And Lori has to keep her composure. I do not know how to respond to this, what has happened today. Do you guys want to know what happened?
I would like to just walk up to her and pat her shoulder and like apologize. Like yeah, I did not even expect that either. So I don't even know what to say.
Alluri's gonna put her hand on your face, and then just with one simple swoop, it's just gonna drag you back to where you were. Boop. Just
I mean,
stay
we won
over
at
there.
least.
Just to stay over there. She says, like, you guys are being the pain of my existence since the day you guys arrived in this office. And Morna just agrees, just nodding. And then continues saying, like, Morna says, like, you guys have just been causing ruckus everywhere. Now we have to deal with this situation now. That this is happening. I mean, it's not uncommon, but come on, guys, like, in front of the entire village. And while this thing is happening, you still hear it on the other side of the wall, like, ah, yes.
Oh,
Cheetah.
stop.
Cheetah, you dolled yourself into this.
You hear some weird moans coming from the office next door.
Cheetah lost his virginity.
And you can hear oh, the second ago, Max was like, oh yeah, baby, just like that. You know what I like. God dang it.
Oh my lord.
Oh my lord. Exactly. Rocket reaction that, yeah, that's what's happening, Rocket. That is what's happening. Between Cheetah and the second guy in command. With all this situation, I learned to say, you know what, just get out of my sight, please. Just your way. You guys are being just kick out from the brigade place and go back to the village.
Like, before I
there-
leave,
Yeah?
can I turn to her and say,
Wait, what?
if you ask nicely enough, I'm sure they'd let you join in. And then I'm running. I'm running out that door.
You're just here. As you try to run away, a book hits you in the back of your head. Bang! Just like, get the fuck out of my sight, you dirty mother! You hear excuses of like blaring, and then a morning you hear, Mom, what is? No, Mom, stop!
And I asked her real quick, are we like clear now? Or do we still owe you?
She just told you to
Like,
fuck
get
off. So.
out! She yells. Okay, so with the exception of Cheetah, which apparently is getting banged on the
Well-
the next thing, you guys are free to roam around for now on what is okay village, and if you decide to go somewhere else, you are free to do so. But we're gonna call it a day because I think we're way past our time. God dang it! Oh my god! What has happened to this body?
It was a
Jesus
rounding
Christ!
success.
Oh god!
Honestly, I'm just as surprised as you.
God
Are
damn it, I was
you?
not expecting that. Oh my god, I was not expecting that. You know what? I'm just gonna watch my face a little bit. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom again. Apparently.
Yes, for your face with ice cold water. Poor Lily. What did you do to her, Tita?
Congrats, we broke the DM.
Yay.
It was effective. That's all I can say.
Someone send Mordek the fucking thingy where this started.
I mean, I clipped it. Oh.
Send it to him.
Dude, I'm definitely putting this in my books. I'm gonna have this in my books and remember to say,
Okay,
oh my god.
okay, Gayman. You have a new nickname. Gay Cat.
Wait, who?
I'm sorry, I tried to get Olori involved. She was having none of it. What can I say?
That would have been interesting.
Guys, do you know what you call a gay cat?
Oh,
A cheetah.
Poor Rockin' is probably traumatized.
Uh,
I'm like briefed on everything that you did, and then everybody, and it's just I had to watch all that happen, and I'm just.
I mean, it truly is karma. It truly is karma.
I think I'm gonna go look around for some bleach, buy it, and put my knife with it.
I'm going to the old lady. I need a forget me potion. I need something to
he is.
forget. And how many do you have?
Buy us one as well.
But we didn't see it.
Well, yeah, Rocket's the only one I saw.
Yeah. Everyone else was unconscious.
But you heard the noises. You heard the noises. You know what's up.
I mean, the old guy could just be having fun on his own. Maybe.
No, Cheetah,
No.
it was described that Cheetah was. It was shown that Cheetah was in the same room as.
Yeah. My face when he pulls out the fucking love potion. Oh. I just say that entire session I was writing a fucking essay on geochemistry.
Yeah, there's a good chemistry. It equals gay.
Do you know how much maths I've had to do today? It's horrific. Oh.
Did any of your calculations on your calculator show gay?
They might have done. There is a distinct possibility of gay. Oh, I've got to be up in 6 hours. Fuck me. Oh,
This is my reaction. Literally.
Oh God.
Lily, you alive?
That was longer than a face wash.
I think
all I'm saying.
she took a cold shower.
I didn't even think that.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm back. Oh god, okay. What do you guys do? Okay. What I mean, what, freak you.
Hey.
Hi. Okay. Everybody good? Are you guys happy with what happened? Jesus Christ.
I'm going to the Witchbury to get a forgetting potion. And I'm hoping I can get
Are you also gonna try to find a love potion? What?
No, not a love. I said forgetting potion.
Forgetting potion. Oh god, forgetting potion. Oh my god. Oh god, this happened. Oh
And I want to go around the shops, see if I can get some bleach so I can wash my eyes.
What about you, Kutami? What do you wanna do?
Just take a stroll. It doesn't faze me. Love is love.
Love on the battlefield.
Oh my God.
What about you? Amber? What are you doing after what just happened?
Don't even know.
I don't even know.
I want to go hang out with the sheep again. Just like hug a sheep for a bit.
Where was the tavern? Where was the tavern? I think I'm gonna go get pissed.
Okay. Let's just. Okay, so for you, Rocket, the witch doesn't really have like a forget this elixir. It does have you one, but this one will erase your memory completely, and I don't think that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, no, I
Oh,
don't.
you could still buy it. It could be useful.
Uh,
I think I'm good. I probably don't have enough for.
for you, Amber, you're gonna just hanging out with the hippies, just you
Yeah,
know,
just-
passing your time.
Yeah. Just gonna play with.
So, for Otzi, you're in the tavern. Are you gonna get like completely wasted or something, or?
Just enough to not really think about it much.
Okay, that's it. That will empty your bank account, by the way, because you remember one of the witches stole your stuff.
Hey, how much is a drink? Come on.
It should just be like 5 copper coin.
Exactly. So it doesn't drain. I still have silver.
Okay, perfect. So no, what I mean is it's gonna try your bank account because you're a bull. You're huge. It takes a while you to get drunk and forget stuff. Okay, so all of them are okay.
A lot of silver, though. I have like 15 silver.
Okay, so for everybody else, it's a normal day afternoon. The city is still quiet, doing their own normal things, but you hear, regardless of where you are, on the fields, on the store, you hear whispering and chit-chatting about how the second in command came out of the closet with apparently to be a kitty cat person.
It's fine.
So the whole entire afternoon, that's the main conversation happening in the village. We go to nighttime.
I guess that is kind of weird if half of the village are frog people.
Yeah.
Your options are humans or frog people. So, okay.
I shout at them as I walk by, who's staring. Love is love.
Oh, yes.
Night falls. It's getting dark. The cheetah is still... We still hear weird noises coming from inside that building. We're not gonna question it. It's just noises. Oh my god.
Really, remember, every time now you wanna curse, because
Listen. I was expecting something like this to happen, but not out of the sudden and forced to another NPC that you guys are fighting. Oh god. I mean, shit, I was thinking of like Cheetah trying to woo one of the froggy girls in the town, or a Lori or something like that. Maybe Otzi finding a sexy cow or something, but not in a fight with an old guy in the second in command of the village that everybody knows about. You see what I'm going with this? You see what I'm going with this?
I mean, does that also mean we get blackmail with the second in command?
Oh, yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, you get blackmail.
Yeah.
Also, is the old guy married? Just out of interest.
Oh god, that's just.
Give me the ideas.
Is he married to a Lurie?
No,
Oh my
no,
god.
no.
Oh.
Oh
That
god,
love
that's
triangle
oh
there.
god.
One.
Really? Okay.
No, because now you just give the implication of the poor Lori has to go to the wife and explain the situation why the husband is trying to fuck the cat. Or he's fucking the cat. I'm like, oh my god, oh my head. I just started getting a headache. Oh my god. Did I become a Lori? That's why I'm having a headache. Trying to go to the wife and tell like, hey, your husband tried to help us out, but he ended up drinking love potion, so it's nice fucking the cat.
Now he's cheating on you, and you're probably getting divorced.
Well, he's not cheating on her willingly.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Oh my god, that is just.
All I'm
explain
gonna
that to
say
the
is
wife.
glories before hose.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Well, you never know. Maybe it pulls on emotions that were already there, and just intensifies it.
Oh my god. Ah yes, it just
There was
the
nothing there.
second in command comes out of the closet in front of everybody.
We've never met the man.
While I'm with the witch, do you have anything that reverses a love potion?
The witch just shakes her head like, no, love potion is something kind of like strong because it combines a lot of emotions, a lot of expensive ingredients, mind you. Quote unquote expensive.
Okay. How long does a love potion last?
Mm. The witch is gonna go flip through some of her books, some of her what are they called? The old books, enchantments? No, not enchantments. I think it appears a lot of fearing. What is she always looking for? Does she always get stuck in treasure chest? No, what is it called?
Mimic.
No, not the mimic, not the mimic. No.
Viren?
Yeah. Remember what she always likes to get? And it's a book or books.
Mm-hmm.
It just why does the name escape me? What are they called?
A tome?
Tome?
A
Manuscript?
tome? No. It's not. It's kind of like a tome, but it's not a tome.
Codex?
No, not a codex. No.
Manuscript?
No. Aaron.
Incunabula?
Oh, see, you should report that witch.
Script? Oh, a script, maybe.
No, it's not a script.
Manuscript?
No. Oh, grimoire. Grimoires.
A grimoire.
Yeah, grimoires.
A grimoire.
Grimoire. Yeah, there you go. So she's looked through the grimoires and everything about love potions, effects, and durations. And it says here that depending on the strength of the ingredients, the duration of the potion can be either a week, 2 months, or permanent. So luckily for because you guys you do not know exactly what type of love potion was given to him. So only Chida knows how long it's gonna last.
Wait, say that again? Say that again?
6 days, because we technically rolled.
Yep.
So if
Oh,
you
yeah,
roll
yeah.
a D20, that will be permanent. Nice.
Yep, pretty much.
Oh. That would have been permanent? Oh my god.
Yeah.
That would have been perfect.
Permanent.
Come on.
No, I'm glad I rolled a 6.
What is it, Ricky? Okay, with that said, night falls. All of you are gonna say gather together to decide where you guys gonna sleep on the bar. Which if I can freaking find it, I can move you there. There you go, bar. But
What is the stinky fairy doing there? Huh?
There you go. So I would say all of them are in here except for, of course, your boy Cheetah. He's having to deal with other things. I'm not gonna let that out.
You're welcome, guys. You're welcome.
Okay, so what you guys are on the bar, you guys are chilling. There's a chilling atmosphere. Everybody's doing their own thing. What do you guys want to talk about and do now that you guys are free from all of the crowds at the moment? And everything's all nice and relaxed. What is your guys' next step?
Do we still need to get the ingredients for what's her face? Alluri? Or did that get poked out the window?
Okay, so
I
here's
think
the thing.
she's just really angry and just kicked us out for now.
So what you're saying is
She
wait
might
a
be
week
more
and come
angry,
back.
and it might just get worse for you. You know.
Okay.
Okay, so here's the TLDR. So for Ozzy to use the furnace that is located in this town, he needs to collect 3 ingredients: the whiskers of a seal, the feet of a tree, and the crystals, the blue crystals of something like which I forgot.
But I
For
think that's nullified because he has his axe now.
that's still that's just giving you the things. The other thing is for Kotomi to find the ingredients to be qualified or be certified as part of the Coven of the Tall Hats.
Yeah.
And last but not least, we have the mystery of the tablet and the coin that both both Kotomi and Rockin has. So you guys have to decide what kind of trail do you guys want to follow.
I mean, I do have my great axe, but I don't have my battle axe. And you don't have your scythe.
I'm the one that has it.
Oh. Just give it to him then. Amber.
You want your axe?
Amber. Roleplay.
What?
Give him the scythe.
I don't have his scythe.
You just said I have it.
No, I didn't.
That was Katomi.
That was Kotomi.
Bruh.
Really?
Fuck.
I can. I'm sorry, Koto. But you guys, I don't know. My brain. Yes.
Apparently, we sound the same or something.
Yes.
Sure.
Oh wait, Amber, were you hear when I play the music that sounds like Kotomi singing?
I might have been.
Okay.
Yeah, he was.
Probably. I think I was, yeah.
Okay. But no, Otzi was not here, I think.
Oh.
He was aiming. Okay, so what do you guys want to do? You guys want to either A, go find ingredients for Kotomi's approval to become part of a coven, B, try to investigate the mysterious coin and the Kotomi's tablet, or C, try to get
Don't die.
Otzi to use the furnace in the village.
I vote for the second.
Yeah, we can do the mystery.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, Rockin', you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you remember what the witch told you about the coin?
It was came from the spirit realm, but it was ancient.
Mm-hmm.
Once so ancient that they don't use it anymore. It has a cherry blossom emblem on it.
Okay, perfect. Okay, with that little information that you guys have collected, so now the goal is for you guys to figure out a way to go into the spirit realm. So how you guys want to do that? Oh wait a minute, what am I doing? You guys do you guys want a colony here? We've already been on for like a long time, and the thing is way past your bedtime, Amber, isn't it?
Fuck you. My bedtime is whenever I start this. But I do have an essay due in 4 hours.
Yeah.
So.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Amber just wants to go now further out of spite.
No, not particularly. I am also hungry.
You can eat cheetah.
I'm good. that man is used.
That is you.
Damn.
Oh god.
Publicly used. I cannot be touching that anymore.
Oh my god. You cannot touch that anymore. Oh my god.
I didn't mean eat him
doorknob.
literally. I mean eat him out since he's gay.
Oh god.
Oh my.
Oh, I said it at the beginning, I am not stopping you for romanticizing and doing things, so there we go. That's the outcome. Here it is. That's what you guys. That's what you guys wanted. Here you go. Well, not exactly wanted, but whatever. Okay. So, let me see. Let me just see. Do I have somebody to raid? Oh my god, I need to send this to my morning. Oh my god.
I love how Cheetah discombobulated and confused Lily so much that she forgot that she wanted to end.
So true.
No, it's because I kind of had to. Not really had to. I kind of like, who do we raid? Who do we raid? Who would I? I guess the person that just barely started right now. I guess we can do the Froggle. We haven't raided Froggle in a while. He's playing the Dragon Ball Z thingies. Oh, Dragon Ball. Okay. For everybody out there, thank you very much for coming. Thank you for staying with me. My name is Lily. I had to see if this spot does not get us demonetized. And we will see you guys on the next stream.
That's a good point.
Good morning, good afternoon, bye-bye. Say bye-bye, everybody.
See you. Bye.
Yeah.
Buenos dias,
Bye-bye.
putas.
LOL.
Good
Bye.
night.
Good night. Have fun.
Y'all getting fucking dunked on, bro. How are y'all letting him chip tower for free?
Bye.